Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Undying Fire. The silencers in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, When in Need. That bad, huh? Zuko stirred with a start. He sat in the sun near the willow tree in the king's garden, his own body half drooped like a wilting flower. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at Katara. She was smiling, perhaps amused by the fact she'd found him dozing. A breeze rustled the willow's trailing leaves and made ripples on the pond. It was surprisingly serene, even with the guards lingering on the outskirts. Maybe you should just lie down, she observed. That doesn't look comfortable. Warmth tickled Zuko's cheeks. I didn't plan to fall asleep. That had been stupid. Just because the fight with Azula, the rebels, and the Fire Nation army was over didn't mean that it was safe for him to make himself defenseless out in the open. There was still a lot of tension going on thanks to the rebellion. Not only that, but his cover had been blown, Uncle's cover had been blown, and while King Ki had been more grateful than anything, that didn't change the fact that not everyone was so quick to forget paranoia and suspicion. Katara stretched her arms above her head and sat next to him. I'll keep watch if you like. Go ahead and sleep. You look like you need it. Creases formed on his brow. You'd do that? Sure. It'll be boring. Her voice softened. I don't mind. Healing always takes so much out of you, and you promised to help Shizue with her memories, right? Yeah. That was why he'd come here. He'd had to strip to his pants so he could better absorb the sunlight and replenish his chi faster. The king's private garden seemed the best place where he could sit in the sun and avoid making a spectacle of himself. Katara met his gaze. Then rest. Do what you need to heal. She patted her lap. I'll even let you use me as a pillow. His face felt a bit hotter. Oh. Thanks, but, you'd prefer to lie on the ground. Zuko closed his mouth. There was a subtle edge to her tone that suggested he should stop resisting or he was going to offend her. Badly. He shifted onto his back and rested his head on her lap. Zuko expected his body to prickle with tension and discomfort, just as it had always done when he made physical contact with others in unfamiliar ways. That was why he'd tried to refuse her offer. Hugs and hand-holding he was beginning to handle, even appreciate, but using her lap as a pillow seemed different. More intimate. The warmth coming from her seeped into his already sun-warmed skin. See, she said a bit teasingly from above him. Not so bad, is it? She was right. Being close to her like this didn't make him want to freeze or recoil. In fact, he felt calmer. At ease. He exhaled and closed his eyes. They were both quiet for a long moment. Do you think I did the right thing? He asked softly. Healing Azula. She let out a breath. Do you regret it? Don't know. I didn't even think about what I was doing at the time. My body just moved and then I found myself healing her. I know the others aren't happy with me, though. Mai had called him an idiot. Sokka had looked grim and said he could understand not wanting to kill Azula, but saving her, actually offering up his own energy to heal her in the middle of a fight, wasn't smart. Toph had seemed to agree with Sokka. Even Iroh had just frowned and said what was done was done. Only Katara had offered no opinion, which had made Zuko curious. She was the one who had seen it all. She was the one who was also a healer. Her fingers slipped into his hair. He opened his eyes in surprise, but her expression was pensive. She wasn't even looking at him. It seemed running her fingers through his hair was more of an absent gesture. Not that he was complaining. It felt nice. Unexpected, but nice. I don't know if there was a right or wrong option, she said slowly. Your sister is horrible. Some would say she deserved to die, but then I ask myself what I would have done in your situation, and I just don't know. Again, they were quiet. I can still feel her, he confessed. Inside. Her energy is bonded to mine now. Katara's hand stilled. Does that bother you? I don't know. Maybe. I hate her. I hate her so much, and I hate how many people she's hurt, but I couldn't. I just couldn't let her die. He pressed his hands to his face. Even after everything she's done, I couldn't do it. Katara was quiet. She resumed threading her fingers through his hair. Well, she's in prison now. You don't have to worry about her hurting any more people. His stomach twisted. Would stone walls be enough to contain his sister? Should he even trust the Earth Kingdom with her? He remembered what had happened to him in the North Pole. He was also vividly conscious of what had happened to Toph. But it wasn't like they could take Azula with them. Then there was Ty Lee to figure out. A sigh escaped his lips. Everything was such a mess. Hey. Katara gave his hands a light tap. He obligingly lowered them from his face and looked up at her. It's okay. What's important is that Ba Sing Se was saved and we're all together again. She cupped his cheek, thumb brushing against his skin. Don't beat yourself up just because you didn't want to watch your sister die. You have a healer's instincts. It's only natural. He stared up at her for a long moment. You always know what to say, don't you? She raised her eyebrows, perhaps because he was frowning. Sounds like you're saying that's a bad thing. I don't mean it like that. Then what? Zuko fidgeted with a blade of grass. It's just, you're always there. If someone's upset or needs help, you're there to give them the support they need. You just do it and expect nothing from them. And that's bad. No, it's not bad at all. That's not what I'm saying. He covered his face with his hands, smothering a groan. This was easier in my head. She laughed and removed his hands. Zuko, just tell me what you're thinking. He was quiet for a moment. Sometimes it feels like you're always looking after others. Like you're trying to be strong for everyone, like you feel it's your responsibility to be positive and keep everyone else positive or something. His brow creased. If you're always there for others, then who's there for you? Color dusted her cheeks. Oh. His face heated and he averted his gaze. Maybe he should have just kept his mouth shut. Using her lap as a pillow suddenly felt a lot more awkward. Thanks, she said in a soft voice. He blinked and glanced back up at her. For being concerned, but you don't need to worry. Someone has been looking out for me. Who? She smiled and lightly flicked him in the forehead. You, dummy. His eyes widened. Me. Katara laughed again and went back to running her fingers through his hair. You really need to stop selling yourself so short. Her voice gentled, losing the teasing tones. You're a good friend, Zuko. I don't know what I would have done had you not been there when we got separated from the others. There was a small pause and an even smaller confession. I was scared. Really scared. He was filled with the urge to clasp her hand or reach up and touch her face. Her words reminded him of when he'd woken up on Changpia's farm. She'd clung to him then and cried. That was the first time he'd seen her so vulnerable. I was scared too, he admitted just as softly. I'm glad you were with me. She smiled in a way that left him warm all the way to his toes. They both were quiet after that, content to just relax and enjoy each other's company. Zuko's eyes slid shut. The drain from chi loss and the lulling way she ran her fingers through his hair was making him sleepy again. He wasn't sure when he finally dozed off, but it was the sound of voices that stirred him from his dreams. A few things of interest were found in the Daili's records, Iroh was saying, sounding oddly muffled to Zuko's ears. One of them was an intelligence report about a small fleet of water tribe ships protecting the mouth of Chameleon Bay. What? Katara exclaimed. Your brother reacted the same way. As you guessed, the fleet is being led by your father. Dad's here. She breathed, as if she hardly dared to believe it. Zuko was fully awake now. He sat up and rubbed the dregs of sleep from his eyes. Oh, sorry, did I wake you? Katara asked. It's fine. I think I was out for a while. Which also made him feel guilty. It couldn't have been comfortable for her to have his head resting on her lap for all that time. She was far too nice of a friend. Go, Iroh encouraged her. Your brother is looking for you. You might still be able to find him near the guest chambers. Katara smiled, told Zuko to make sure he got as much rest as he needed, then dashed off to meet with Sokka. Silence settled back over the garden, at least for a moment. She's a lovely girl, Iroh observed. Zuko made a sound of agreement in the back of his throat. It's nice to see the two of you so close. A pause. Zuko turned to look at his uncle. We're friends. I never said you weren't. Creases formed on Zuko's brow. It felt like he was being led through the conversation like the ostrich horse with the carrot. He decided to ignore the bait. Has your chi returned to normal yet? I'm afraid I don't have your ability to replenish chi at a rapid rate. Slowly but surely I am getting back to full strength. Zuko brought his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them. He'd tried so hard not to absorb too much of his uncle's chi, yet it seemed he'd messed up again. It's my fault you couldn't fight Azula like normal, he mumbled. I made you vulnerable. I chose to weaken myself. I believed then, as I still do now, that saving Bio was more important. Azula could have hurt you. But she didn't. Iroh placed his hand on Zuko's shoulder. You protected me. You did very well, my nephew. I knew I was right to trust in your skills. Zuko hugged his knees tighter. Even if Iroh had given him permission to absorb the necessary chi that time in the old city, the thought of sapping the strength and life from his uncle still made his stomach turn to knots. He hated the ability. He would always hate the ability. Try not to worry too much about it, Iroh advised. Just get some rest while you can. Healing Shizue will not be easy. I know. There wasn't even any guarantee that it would work. Yet Zuko still had to try. He needed to find his mother, to find the truth about the children of the Undying Fire. He also desperately wanted to help Aang. Maybe learning more about energy bonding would give him some ideas about how to wake Aang up as well. Tomorrow, he murmured. We'll know for sure then. He looked up at the sky, even as the sun filled him with strength and energy. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. Oh. You're still here, Katara said softly. Toph gave a small twitch. She sat on the cushions near where Aang was sleeping. So are you. I thought you and Sokka would have left by now. You haven't seen your dad in 3 years, right? Katara sat next to her on the cushions. Yeah. Then why are you still here? Why are you? Toph pulled a face. Your mum is in the city. It sounded like you wanted to see her. Are you saying I'm too scared to go on my own? That I need someone to hold my hand? Toph balled her hands into fists. I was the one who took down all those tanks, you know. You don't need to treat me like I'm fragile. I know. Sokka told me. He said you were amazing. Silence. Katara bit her lip. Zuko had said she always knew what to say to people, but she had never been good at handling Toph. They butted heads so much. It hurt sometimes. Katara knew she got a little sensitive when people spurned her help or called her bossy. Toph did both on a regular basis. Even so, there was something troubling her, and that was something Katara couldn't ignore. She wanted to be there for her. She tentatively reached out to touch Toph's shoulder. Listen, Sokka told me how you froze up when you first went out there. Toph twitched away from her hand. So what? I got over it, didn't I? I did what I had to do. I know. I'm just. I told you to stop acting like I'm fragile. I'm not some scared, weak little girl. I can take care of myself. Katara bit her lip again, this time to stop her own frustration from spilling out. She wanted to remind Toph that it was she who had bathed her and healed her during those early days, that it was she who had been kind and gentle and patient when Toph had been unable to say a word. She wanted to say that she could see right through Toph, because all that bravado couldn't disguise the damage that had been done. Toph's trauma was still there in her tense posture, in the downward tilt of her chin, in the way she seemed to stick close to her element. How was Katara supposed to ignore all that? How was she supposed to pretend like she didn't hear that cry of hurt? But retaliating with anger wasn't the answer. She had to be calm. She had to somehow get Toph to lower her walls of defense. Katara frowned at her hands. I'm not saying you're weak or fragile, she said quietly. I know you're not. You're a fighter. You're strong. Toph tilted her head slightly. She was listening. But sometimes it's hard to fight alone. Sometimes we do freeze up and get scared. Her fingers found their way to the pendant hanging from her throat. Sometimes it's just really hard to ask for support. There was a shaky exhale from beside her. Katara took courage from the sound. I've never thought of you as weak, Toph. Not ever. But I am your friend and I know you've been through a lot. Her voice lowered. I guess I'm saying if you want someone to be there with you when you go see your mom, the offer is there. Toph was quiet for a long moment. Katara wondered if she was going to get a response at all. Maybe she should have approached Zuko and got him to talk to Toph instead. The two of them seemed to have a better understanding. Toph began a bit awkwardly, maybe it would be easier if I have someone else with me. But it's not because I'm scared to be alone or anything. Katara let out a small breath. Of course. I'll let Sokka know to go on ahead. You sure? Dad can wait. It's not like I won't get to see him. There was another moment of silence. Toph abruptly punched her arm. Ow, Katara exclaimed, rubbing the stinging spot. What was that for? Nothing much. Toph stood up and dusted off her hands. Shall we go then, sweetness? Katara bit back a smile, even as some of the stinging faded from her arm. All right. Let's go. It didn't take them long to locate Sokka. He seemed surprised that Katara wasn't going to come with him to see their dad, but he didn't argue either. Perhaps he understood why she wanted to be there for Toph. She waved to Sokka as he flew off on Appa towards Chameleon Bay. Then she and Toph made their way into the upper ring. Remnants of the rebellion and the battle still lingered. Parts of the street were all broken up from earthbending and there were bits of metal scattered around. City guards and citizens alike worked together to clean up. Crazy to think Zuko's sister caused all this, Toph muttered. Katara made a non-committal sound. She didn't like to think about Angela much. Her feelings got so conflicted. It was easy to hate such a monster. Angela had got so many people hurt with her manipulations and plans. She'd even killed Jet, the boy who had given Katara her first kiss and also her first proper taste of betrayal. That made Katara conflicted as well. But then she thought of the duel she'd witnessed between Zuko and Angela. She thought of the way Angela had let her heal Zuko, of the way the arrows had struck and how distraught Zuko had been. She thought of his confession in the garden, soft and vulnerable. He hated his sister, of that there was no denying, but it was clear he loved her as well. The whole thing made Katara feel odd. Confused. Angry. Do you remember the address? Toph asked. Katara shook off the troubling thoughts and pulled out the letter. It shouldn't be far from here. They kept walking until they reached the house. It was beautiful, like all the buildings in the upper ring, and seemed to have been untouched by the rebellion. That was a relief. It would have been horrible if Toph's mom had got caught up in the struggle. Ready? Katara said. Toph looked paler than normal, but she nodded and strode ahead to knock on the door. It opened slightly. Guess it's unlocked, Katara observed. Toph pushed the door open more and stepped inside. The room was unlit and there didn't appear to be any furnishings. Hello. She called. Mom? Anyone home? Katara was slower to enter. That was a mistake. A metal box fell from the ceiling and entrapped Toph inside. There was a small cry of alarm. Katara reacted fast and got her water ready, eyes frantically scanning for a sign of whoever had set the trap. She was surprised when Xin and Master Yu strode out from the shadows. Had they really followed all the way from Jailing just to try to kidnap Toph again? You're in the way, girl, Master Yu said. Katara narrowed her eyes. She wasn't sure why Toph hadn't busted herself out of the box yet, but there wasn't time to worry about that. Instead, Katara shifted into a flow of bending moves, violent whips to snag feet off balance and break stances, blasts of water that shoved back and left both men dazed. She was swift and vicious like the unexpected currents in a river. Her fingers curled to freeze both their hands and feet to the ground. Now neither of them could bend. Where's the key? She demanded. Master Yu's eyes widened before he quickly glanced to the left. Suspicious. She marched over to him. You have it, don't you? He made a sound that was a bit like meep. Katara glared at him warningly before she reached into his pocket and fished around until she touched metal. She pulled the key out. Xianfu looked like he wanted nothing more than to bash her head over with a rock. Katara quickly unlocked the box and tugged it open. Toph sat in a huddled ball with her hands over her face. She was shaking. Oh, spirits, of course. Toph had been locked up in a box by the Daily as well. Come on, Katara said gently. Let's get out of here. Toph didn't move at first, but with some encouragement she uncurled herself and managed to stand. Katara held her hand firmly. Her eyes narrowed on the two men. Come after my friend again and I won't go so easy on you. To make her threat clearer, she flicked her hand and made ice daggers strike the stone mere inches from their faces. They both stiffened and their eyes bugged wide. Message received. Katara led Toph out of the house without another word. They walked at a rapid pace until Toph tried to slip her hand free. Katara instantly let go. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Are you all right now? Katara asked. Toph trembled. She kept her face lowered so that her fringe hid everything. I froze up again. Katara's heart ached. Oh, Toph. She was always trying so hard to be strong. She was probably beating up on herself right now. Hey, it's okay, Katara said, reaching for her. You don't need to. It's not okay. Toph stepped back abruptly. I froze up. I could have bended myself out, but I just couldn't. I couldn't move. Toph, it's... Why does this keep happening? Toph's chin wobbled. If you hadn't been there, I'd still be trapped in that box and... Katara pulled her into her arms. Toph stiffened right up like a piece of wood, but she didn't pull away. It's okay, Katara said over and over. It's okay, Toph. You have nothing to be ashamed of. It's okay. Toph pressed her face closer and her arms slowly came up to wrap around Katara. Don't tell the others, she pleaded. Katara held her tighter. If you don't want me to, I won't. They stood embracing for some time. Eventually, Toph stepped back and averted her face, though Katara still caught the hasty scrub she gave to her eyes. Katara chose not to comment on the fact Toph had been crying. Let's head back, she said. I'm sure we can get Iroh to make that nice tea again. I could really go for some. Toph's mouth twitched into the most fragile of smiles. I'd like that. The walk back was mostly quiet. It was only when they reached the palace gates that Toph asked the question Katara had also been pondering. Do you think those two were working for my parents? I don't know, Katara admitted. It did seem strange that they'd come all this way and used a letter from Toph's mum to lure her in. That is if the letter had even been authentic. There was no one who could tell since Toph was blind. I won't go back, Toph said. I still want to travel with everyone. It almost sounded as if she was asking if it was okay to even want such a thing. Did she think she no longer had a place with them if she froze up sometimes? Katara squeezed her shoulder. We want you with us as well, Toph. No one will ever make you leave. Toph's tiny smile was a bit wider this time. They had only taken a few steps before Katara got another punch to the arm. She winced and rubbed the spot, though she didn't bother to protest. Not anymore. Little by little, Toph was getting better. Not a perfect recovery, but certainly more like her old self. Katara thought she could handle a few punches to the arm if it meant being there for a friend. Oh. Much to everyone's surprise, Sokka arrived back later that night. The reason for why was soon apparent. He'd learned that some of Zuko's old crew were with the Water Tribe warriors. What? Zuko exclaimed, sitting bolt upright from where he'd been lounging on the cushions next to Katara and Momo. Sokka explained how the fleet had run into a Fire Nation riverboat out in the middle of the ocean. The crew aboard had ended up surrendering. They'd already been hit by a storm and had essentially been stranded anyway since the engine couldn't be fixed. They'd had no hope of surviving. Dad ended up keeping them around as prisoners, Sokka said. Though I think he just wasn't sure what to do with them, to be honest. One of them used to be your cook. The cook. Iroh looked as if he'd found a lucky star. Cheng is alive. Sokka nodded. It turned out Lieutenant Z, Tomoki, and the old helmsman had also managed to make it out of the north. Now I see what happened, Iroh murmured. What do you mean? Zuko asked. Iroh reminded him of how he'd found Kin in a seaside Earth Kingdom village. Before Kin had died, he'd expressed his worry for the others who had escaped the north with him. He'd said he'd been knocked off the boat during a water tribe attack and had got separated from everyone. Kin must have been with them on that boat, Iroh said. Zuko nodded, though it was with mixed feelings that he accepted the situation. Learning that some of his crew was alive was a relief. For all they'd had their tense moments, he'd still traveled the world with them for 3 years. But even then he was aware that many, if not most, of them were probably dead. There had been so many bodies floating in those icy waters. So they're prisoners now? Zuko asked. Technically. Katara furrowed her brows. What's that supposed to mean? You can see for yourselves when you meet them. I said I'd bring you all there tomorrow. Iroh's mouth curved into a smile. You have been busy, haven't you? Sokka rubbed his nose with his forefinger. Well, I realized we can't all fit on Appa now, and it's not like we can just stay in Ba Sing Se. Besides, Bayu and the Order of the White Lotus have everything covered here. As expected of the self-proclaimed plan guy. He'd already been thinking ahead. The others continued to talk. Zuko excused himself after a while and went out to the garden. Moonlight bathed the night in silver. There were so many stars in the sky that for a moment he just found himself mesmerized by the scattered specks of light. A snuffling sound came from behind him, and he heard the soft pad of footsteps. Zuko turned to see Bosco in his silly yellow coat. King Ki arrived a moment later with his usual guards on watch. It was just like their first meeting, except this time Ki wasn't wearing his pajamas. Oh, Ki said, spotting Zuko. You're here. I can go if you like, Zuko offered. No, no. It's fine. There was an awkward silence. Zuko wondered if he was supposed to say something. What was he even supposed to say? Or was it okay to just pretend Ki wasn't there? Would that be considered rude when he was a guest in the king's garden? Ugh, socializing was so difficult sometimes. Zuko folded his arms across his chest and looked the other way. Ki scratched his chin and fiddled with the rims of his glasses. There was much more awkward silence. One of the guards coughed. So? Ki and Zuko said at the same time. Ki smiled. You go first, Prince Zuko. Zuko shook his head. He'd actually been about to make his excuses and leave. You're the king. Go ahead. Ah, well, I understand you and your companions will be leaving soon with the Avatar. Yes. Probably tomorrow. Ki lowered his gaze. So soon. He sounded almost sad. Or maybe it was anxiety weighing down his tone. Zuko frowned. You should keep your head high, you know. Ki blinked and looked up in a confused manner. What? You're the Earth King. People are going to be looking to you for guidance, especially after everything that's happened. Zuko shrugged and looked up at the sky. Just try to have more confidence. A faint smile curved Ki's mouth. Easy for you to say. You were clearly born a natural leader. I'm afraid all I was born to do was to sit on a throne and let others do the talking. His smile twisted. A puppet king, your sister called me. Perhaps she was right. Nothing my sister says is worth listening to. It was always hurtful. Always poisonous. Then what kind of king do you think I am? Ki asked. Do you think people will really look for protection and guidance in someone like me? I'm no fighter, not even much of a scholar. I know nothing except these walls and my only companion has been Bosco. I didn't even know the war was going on. You can learn, can't you? Ki blinked again. If you want to be good at something, you have to work hard for it, Zuko said softly. That's something I've learned. You really believe that, don't you? Zuko's mouth curled up at one corner. You said I was born a natural leader, but the truth is I've struggled for every scrap of respect I've received. Growing up, everyone thought I was a failure. They all wished that Azula had been born the eldest so she would be the heir. When I got banished and had to captain a ship, some of my crew mutinied against me, and it was only my uncle's presence that stopped things from getting too ugly or from it happening again. Ki's eyes widened. I had no idea. It's not exactly the kind of thing I go around sharing with everyone. Anyway, all I'm saying is that no one is expecting you to be perfect. It's not like you're going to be on your own either. You've got people at your side you can trust now. Ki was silent for a moment before he exhaled and stood a bit taller. You're right. I swore to myself I'd be a better king after I learned about Longfeng's betrayal. Now I guess I just have to walk the talk. Zuko nodded in encouragement. Still, for his own peace of mind, there was something he had to ask. Can you promise me one thing, though? What? Promise you'll do everything you can for the Judees. The Daily stole their identities and free will from them. They're going to need your support. I understand. I'll gather all the healers in the city if I have to. Ki smiled. You have my word, Prince Zuko. Chapter 2, A Healing and Goodbyes. The sun was bright and warm. Zuko stood with his face raised to the sky, feeling the energy thrum through his body. He was back to full power. He was as ready as he was ever going to be to try this. Now to see if he could actually use the purification flames to heal Shizue's mind without draining himself dry. I'll be here if you need me, Katara said, touching his arm. He nodded in thanks. Iroh, who was standing next to her, smiled encouragingly. I'm sure it will be easier this time. You're above ground, after all. Right. Zuko let out a breath and turned to Shizue. Let's do this. They sat opposite each other in the small courtyard, knees close enough to touch. His hands trembled a little as he placed them on her head. Unlike when he'd healed Bayu, this was so much more personal. He was conscious of the gravity of what was at stake, of being able to reunite properly with the woman who'd watched over him as a child, of learning the truth about what happened to his mother, of having a chance to know more about his bending. So much was resting on success. Do I need to do anything? Shizue asked. No. Just relax. Her eyebrows arched a fraction. Maybe you should do the same. You're trembling. Sorry. He forced himself to breathe more slowly, trying to ease the sharp ball tightening everything in his chest. I just want this to work. As do I. Their eyes met. In that moment he saw her desperation, her frustration. She wanted her memories back more than anything. Oddly, it helped to calm him. He focused on the thought of filling that need for her rather than all the emotions that stormed within him in waves. His fire could help her. That was all that mattered. Zuko closed his eyes and linked their energy. A twitch passed through him. There it was, that shifting bundle of wrongness slipping and tangling its way all through her mind. Queasiness curdled his stomach, but he ignored the instinct to recoil. He had to stay calm. Focused. Carefully, he wrapped his own energy around a part of the taint, disentangling it from the rest and trapping it in chains of gold. Burn. The thought was a command. Fire pulsed from the chains and began to consume everything he had trapped. She didn't even flinch, though he could feel how unpleasant it was for her. Purifying her mind was like drawing pus from an infected wound. He had to get it out bit by painful bit, purging it all in hot waves of fire. There was no way for him to be gentle. He moved on to the next part and began the process again. Disentangle, trap, burn. The bundle of wrongness didn't seem as bad as Bayu's had been, not quite so entrenched, but removing it was still slow and draining work. Every second that passed, he could feel himself weakening. The only thing that gave him reassurance was the sun's touch, warm, enfolding, like the embrace of a friend. It bolstered him and told him not to falter. Be strong, it seemed to say. You are one of mine. Trust in your flames. A fine tremor started in Zuko's hands. He dug deeper into his reserves of energy, picturing in his mind what he had seen when he had unlocked the final chakra, all the power, the potential. Surely, it meant he was capable of more. He was a child of the undying fire. It was his gift to heal. There had to be a way to purify Shizue's mind without leaving his own energy withered like a sun-starved flower. Trust in your flames. He paused, still holding onto a piece of the slithering mass of wrongness. Perhaps that was the problem. He had thought it would be too much if he tried to take on the whole contamination at once. He had thought it was better to do it strand by strand, burning in hot pulses of fire. But it was so draining to have to keep stopping and starting the flames. What if he could just let them spread and burn on their own, just like a forest fire? What if he could choose what would be consumed? Zuko loosened the chains just enough to let the strand of wrongness connect back with the rest of the slippery, shifting mass. He reminded himself that the purification flames were not like the kind he willed beyond his own flesh, they were a manifestation of healing energy, sparked to life from the sun that burned inside him. They would not harm her, could not harm her if he willed it. He exhaled and focused on the tip of the contamination. Burn, he thought, putting all of his willpower into the command. Burn anything that would hurt her. Burn anything that doesn't belong. The flames flared to life, but this time he let them spread along the slithering mass of wrongness. All the taint, all that foul imprint of foreign energy began to flicker in fiery gold, disintegrating and releasing its hold on her mind. He could feel it all, feel it being consumed by his flames. It was like he was taking all of that wrongness into himself, so awful and nauseating and hard to contain, but his willpower was strong. He refused to back down. Pain and suffering were nothing new to him, he knew how to handle such burdens. Shizue stiffened and made a small sound, but it was not from any damage he had inflicted. The flames still obeyed him. Linked as they were, he could feel her chi beginning to flow more easily, no longer caged in and subdued by the shifting mass. Perhaps some of her memories were already returning. He couldn't sense such things, but the wrongness, the wounds inflicted upon her energy, that was his to mend. That was his to purify. Be healed. The last of the contamination caught fire. Zuko shuddered at the feel of it writhing against his flames, but then it was all gone. Her mind was clean. He slowly lowered his hands. It's done. She opened her eyes. They stared at each other for a moment, and then her expression began to change, becoming less like a hardened stranger's and more like the woman he recalled from his childhood. Prince Zuko, she murmured. Her gaze seemed to take in everything about him. You've grown. All he could manage was a nod before exhaustion struck like a rock. It felt like he'd just run up a mountain with no brakes. He swayed and probably would have hit the ground had hands not gripped his shoulders from behind. I knew this would happen, Katara said, still keeping him steady. You pushed yourself too hard again. It's fine. I'm fine. He glanced back at Shizue. Anyway, you did your memories? Shizue winced and started rubbing her temples. He sat up straighter. What's wrong? It hurts. Of course. He had removed the taint that had caged and rewritten her mind, but all that pent-up blockage was still there. Sorry, I'll try. No, you won't. Katara grabbed his shoulders again and pulled him back. You've already done enough. I'm fine. I figured out how to purify energy without giving up too much of my own, so. That's great, but you look like you're about to pass out. He closed his mouth. Now that she mentioned it, he really was tired. His eyelids were heavy and it felt like his head was stuffed with koala sheep wool. Never mind the way his limbs just wanted to collapse like a boneless fish. One of her hands cupped his jaw as she leaned over him to meet his gaze. I'm a healer too, remember? Let me do this. He nodded and moved aside so she could take his place to finish the healing. The bluish glow encasing her hands was hypnotizing, or maybe that was just because he was so sleepy. It seems to be working, Iroh observed. Zuko nodded. Waterbending is probably more suited for this part anyway. He remembered when he and Katara had first tried to heal by the different things they were able to sense, the way Katara's water had smoothed the resistance and tangled chi more easily than his fire. Perhaps part of it was because she was so much more experienced than him, but he got the feeling it was also just the nature of fire and water healing to have different strengths. Katara lowered her hands from Shizue's temples, letting the water slip back into the flask attached to her hip. Better? She asked. Shizue was still for a moment, breathing slowly. Prickles of anticipation crept all over Zuko's skin. The hush that settled between the four was tangible and weighty, it felt like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting for whatever she would say. My mother, he said, unable to stay silent any longer. Have you? She's not here. She was never here. The words were quiet, but they reverberated through his entire being. He curled his fingers into his palms. It was difficult to keep his voice calm. Do you know where she is? Shizue raised her head to look at him. A lump formed in his throat. Despair. That was all he could see in her eyes, despair and guilt. Don't. He swallowed and his voice wobbled too much for his liking. Don't tell me she's not dead. Relief, dizzying and heady, swept through him in a rush. He sucked in a breath and gripped his knees. Then where? She's not dead, Shizue repeated, but she might as well be. His heart lurched and sunk like a rock plummeting to the bottom of the ocean. Words clung to his tongue, but he couldn't get them out. It was a moment before he realized Katara was squeezing his hand. The touch was somehow anchoring and he found himself holding on tightly. What do you mean? He half whispered. What happened to her? The island took her. Island. Katara said, scrunching her brow. My memories are still a bit hazy, but that island, that place is cursed. Shizue stared at him grimly. I tried. I did everything I could to free her, but I can't fight spirits and it would have done her no good had I got myself killed trying. Iroha's eyes widened at the mention of spirits. Tell us everything. Shizue averted her gaze. There isn't much to say. Ursa had been Ursa. For all that she had accepted her banishment, she hated that she had been forced to leave her children. Shizue went on to explain how, 3 years ago, they had received news that Zuko had been banished. Ursa had immediately set out to find him, and Shizue had chosen to go with her. It was while they were sailing, looking for a place to rest, that they'd stumbled across the island. I can't remember everything that happened there, she said, shaking her head, only that your mother was taken and I was unable to get her back. His heart seemed to have got lost somewhere in his stomach, sinking deeper into pits of hollowness. Mother was looking for me? I'm the reason she. Don't blame yourself, Iroh said firmly. Katara squeezed his hand, as if to say she also agreed that it wasn't his fault his mother had got trapped on some cursed island. Zuko couldn't say he felt reassured. If anything, it only added to the mess of feelings stirring inside him. If anyone should be blamed, it's me, Shizue said bitterly. I failed to protect her. I failed to save her. I even failed to get help. Instead, I just got myself brainwashed into some mindless Judy and forgot everything. Her lip curled in disgust. Such failure is unforgivable. From what I remember of my sister-in-law, she would not hold it against you, Iroh said. Besides, there is no way you could have known the Dai Li had the power to rewrite memories, though I am curious about what brought you to Ba Sing Se. Desperation. There did not seem to be any way to free Ursa, but then I remembered the stories about the bridge between worlds. Zuko's breath caught. You were looking for the Avatar. She nodded. I figured there was a chance the cycle had continued beyond air and water. I thought maybe the Avatar had been hiding in Ba Sing Se. Except Aang was sealed in that iceberg, Katara said softly. There was no way you could have found him back then. Everyone fell silent. A bird chirped from somewhere over the wall. Zuko swallowed against the thickness clogging his throat. Even his tongue was like lead. What do we do now? He asked. If what you're saying is true, Aang might be the only one who can help my mother, but he's. Katara looked down, though her hand still clutched his tightly. Iroh also lowered his gaze. No one wanted to say the words. No one wanted to make it more real that even Aang was currently lost to them. Now you know how the situation stands. Shizue stood a bit shakily to her feet and made to walk away. Wait, where are you going? Zuko exclaimed. Shouldn't we talk about this more or at least? I'm tired. She paused with her back to him. I'll let you know if I remember anything else. Of course, Iroh said. You must wish to rest after the healing. Allow me to walk you back. Shizue stared at his proffered arm, but then she just gave a jerky nod. Iroh shot Zuko a reassuring look before heading off with her in the direction of the guest chambers. The desire to call them back to insist that she tell more now, because somehow Zuko knew she had remembered far more than was she letting on bubbled up in his throat, but he kept his mouth shut. Maybe it was for the best that they took a break. Silence returned to the courtyard. Hey. Katara bumped his shoulder with hers, still holding his hand. It's going to be okay. We'll get your mum back. I know. A few creases formed on her brow. Perhaps she had picked up on the disquiet edging his tone. You don't sound so certain. It's not that. Then what? He sighed and frowned at their clasped hands. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me all of a sudden. I should be happy, right? Even if my mother is trapped on that island, I finally know the truth. I know she's alive. It's everything I ever wanted. Katara squeezed his hand. It's okay to be confused, Zuko. You don't need to beat yourself up just because you're not feeling what you think you should. He was quiet for a long moment. You want to talk about it? She asked, nudging his shoulder again. It's stupid. Nothing you feel is stupid. They're your feelings. They're important. He glanced up and saw the smile warming her eyes like sunrays on the ocean. It made him feel more assured, though he still looked down when he spoke. For so long I thought that was it. Mum was gone. I'd never see her again. He swallowed. I've missed her so much, but sometimes. He shook his head a bit helplessly. I don't know. It hurt. It hurt every day. She left me with no explanation. I waited and she never came back. All I could assume was that she'd died or she just didn't want me as a son anymore. Katara traced circles on his palm with her thumb. You heard Shizue, right? Your mum was forced to leave you. She went looking for you the moment she heard you got banished. I know. I know exactly what my mother has done for me. That was why he was confused. He should have felt relieved, happy, but inside he was just a churning storm. He didn't know if it was from guilt, and there was indeed a lot of guilt after learning all she'd suffered for him, or just a child's lingering resentment at being abandoned to an abusive father and sister. It was as if finding out she was alive had pulled the cork on all his bottled-up feelings, letting them spill out in a mess. I feel so childish, he confessed. Mum only tried to protect me. She got herself trapped in some awful place because of me. I have no right to feel upset with her still. It's stupid and irrational. It was hard for you when she left, right? Yeah, but... His gaze drifted up to Katara's face, catching on her necklace. Something twisted in his stomach and he pulled his hand from hers. Oh geez, I'm so sorry, Katara. You should have just told me to shut up. I'm such an idiot. What? She blinked at him. What are you? Why'd you let me go on like that? He grabbed fistfuls of his hair, wishing the ground would swallow him. Tactless. He was so tactless. Hey. Katara grasped his shoulders to guide him into facing her. What are you talking about? His gaze dropped back to her necklace. Very gently, he brushed his fingertip along the carved, wave-like patterns on the pendant. I'm the worst. Here I am complaining, but it's your mother who actually... He trailed off and met her eyes. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. She let out a breath. Oh. I really am the worst. He started to pull away again, but she tightened her grip. No, it's okay. I'm okay. You didn't upset me. But... Zuko, I'm fine. Just because I lost my mum doesn't mean you're not allowed to talk about yours. I'm the one who said I wanted you to tell me about these things. He bit his lip. You're not just saying that? Because I know you always try to. I'm telling you I'm fine, she assured him, half laughing now. Her hand slid up to the nape of his neck. You can relax. Her touch reassured him more than her words, though he still had to make sure. And you're really not just saying that to be nice. I'm really not. Some of the humor faded from her eyes. It's true, I miss my mum. I'd give just about anything for her to come back, but she can't. She never will. Then why would you want to listen to me go on about how? Because I care about you. Katara held his gaze, her tone soft and serious. Because I'm glad your mum is alive. I'm happy for you, Zuko. I'm really happy, but I also get it. I get why you're confused and upset and don't know how to feel. I understand. You do. Yeah. To be honest, I feel the same way about my dad. He looked at her curiously. A tiny sigh escaped her and she lowered her hands to her lap. After we lost Mum, it's like Dad went away with her. He put all his energy into fighting the Fire Nation. We hardly saw him, and then he and all the older men just one day up and left, and that was it. She worked out a crease in her dress. I haven't seen him in 3 years. Zuko's eyes widened. That was the same amount of time he had been banished. So when we ran into Bato at that abbey, I was really relieved. I finally knew my dad was alive. I'd been worried all that time, but then you started to wonder why he didn't get in contact with you, why he'd stayed away so long. She nodded. Is that why you didn't end up going with Sokka to see him yesterday? I don't know. Maybe. I really do want to see him, but sometimes I just get so mad. Her gaze darted up to his. Yeah. I get mad. I know why he left, but we were just kids. Her tone became hushed. I wasn't ready to lose both my parents. Zuko wrapped one of his arms around her and pulled her against his side. She immediately nestled closer, resting her head on his shoulder. I'm sorry, he said softly. I didn't know you were feeling that way. I didn't want to say anything, she admitted. Sokka doesn't seem to mind that Dad just left us for all those years. It made me feel worse to see him so excited, like I'm being a bad daughter or something. She curled her fingers into his tunic. I just wanted my dad to be there for me when I needed him, you know? I wanted to know I could rely on him. He brought his other arm around her to complete the embrace. I know. I understand. Katara nestled even closer. They were both quiet for a moment. I like being with you like this, she said so quietly he almost didn't hear her. What? You give really nice hugs. Heat crawled on his cheeks. Oh. Thanks. A pause. You give nice hugs, too. She made a soft, snorty sound. Probably because his compliment had been delivered as smoothly as a fish trying to walk on land. Silence once more settled between them, undemanding and comfortable. It really was nice just holding her like this and not feeling any pressure to speak. He wondered when it was that she had eased all the edges and uncertainty from him. A few months ago, he wouldn't have believed it if someone had said he'd enjoy hugging anyone, let alone the waterbender who traveled with the Avatar. Sokka and Maya will probably be back soon, she observed, tracing aimless patterns on his tunic with her fingertip. They were just going to say goodbye to Enlil and his family, right? He made a humming sound of agreement. I guess then we'll leave to meet with Dad and the rest of the warriors. Will you be okay? Yeah. It's not like I can avoid him forever, and I do want to see him. If it gets hard, you know where to find me. She squeezed him extra tight. Thanks, Zuko. That goes for you too as well, you know. For anything. I'll always be there if you need me. For some reason, his heart quickened a few beats before steadying again. He didn't say anything, though, and just stayed with her like that until voices drifted to them from the path. That sounds like Sokka and Mai now, he said, pulling back from her. She stood up and held out her hand to him, a smile on her lips. Shall we go meet them? Zuko nodded and grasped her hand, allowing her to assist him into standing. It was time to figure out what they were going to do next. Oh. As anticipated, no one was in the mood to linger once they had all gathered together. For Zuko, there wasn't much point since he now knew his mother wasn't in the city. He was sorry to say goodbye to Bayu, though. It was difficult not to feel close to her when her energy was connected to his. Still, it was obvious she would do far more good in Ba Sing Se. She had agreed to become King Ki's advisor, not to mention the city's new leader of the White Lotus. Much to Sokka's relief, she had also promised to ensure the Earth Kingdom army would be ready to support the invasion during the eclipse. No one mentioned the possibility that Aang might not even be awake when the eclipse came. Where are you going, nephew? Iroh asked, frowning as Zuko headed for the exit to the guest chambers. We'll be leaving soon. Everyone is already packed. There's something I need to do. Iroh's brow furrowed, but perhaps he caught on to what Zuko intended, for something changed in his expression. Don't be too long. I won't. Zuko left the room and wasted no time in heading for the prisons. The guards did not turn him away, but they did remain to watch as he walked past the metal cells to the door at the far end. A small, barred grate had been put in the door at eye level to allow air to circulate. He could not see anything inside except the corner of a bed, but that was fine. He knew she was in there and would hear him. Angela. There was a faint rustling and then slow footsteps approached from the other side of the door. Well, if it isn't my dear brother. Come to gloat. Something clenched in his stomach. I came to say goodbye. A pause. Leaving so soon. Mother is alive. I'm going to find her. Pale fingers suddenly curled around the bars and he got a glimpse of amber eyes. Mother? You know where she is. Shizue does. She's going to guide me to her. Angela stared at him for a long moment before releasing the bars. I see. And I suppose I'll be left here in this tiny cell. You know exactly why you're in there. She laughed, though the sound was as jarring as shattering glass, sudden and unnatural. I only did what father wanted. It's not a crime to fight for my nation. Out of the two of us, it's you who's the traitor here. I'm not going to argue with you about this. Such poisonous humor dripped from her tongue. I suppose you must feel all confident now that the monster has been locked up. Right, brother. You're not a monster, Angela. You're sick and you don't know when to stop, but you're not a monster. Something flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, her fingers were gripping the bars again. Don't lie to me, she hissed. I know what you all think of me. I know you think I'm cruel, inhuman, that I need to be locked away. His throat tightened, but it was anger that edged his words. Hundreds of people died because of you. Of course we had to lock you up. You started a revolution and tried to assassinate the king. You tried to take over the city. I did what is expected of a Fire Nation princess. He shook his head and stepped back. Forget it. I can see talking to you is pointless. Wait. Zuko paused and looked back at her. Take me with you, brother. His jaw dropped. What? She moved even closer so that her nose was practically poking through the bars. You're going to find Mother. Take me with you. I can help. I can. Are you joking? I'll be good, I promise. No tricks, no betrayals. The tightness in his throat got worse until it was like a stone had got lodged in there. Spirits, she was actually serious. Angela, I can't. You know I can't. Why not? She tightened her grip on the bars. So what if I got a few peasants and soldiers killed? She's my mother, too. I deserve to. It's not going to happen, he said firmly. A scream escaped her and blue flames burst from her hands and lips. Zuko was startled into a defensive stance, but the guards were already swarming on the cell and putting up a barrier of rock. Now, he couldn't see the door or her. He could hear her, though the unadulterated rage, the blasts of fire that just kept coming and coming. It shook him. It was a reminder that the composure his sister had always lorded over him was now just a mask splintering from whatever twisted thing had taken root in her mind. You can't do this to me. She screamed like a child. You can't keep me locked in this cage. I'm going to get free, and when I do I'll make you regret it. I'll make you all regret it. Prince Zuko. One of the guards moved into his view. It would be best if you leave now. Zuko remained frozen. All he could think was how his sister had looked when arrows had pierced her flesh and blood had pooled around her by a half-blackened throne. He remembered how it had felt to connect with her for the healing, all the power, the intensity, the pain, but also the wrongness. It wasn't the same as what he had felt in Bayu and Shizue's minds, nothing manipulated or caused by bending. There was just something off about his sister. It festered and was all tangled up inside her brain like a disease rotting everything. Even now, he could feel a hint of it when he focused on the thread connecting their energy. Her snarls got louder and more threatening. Zuko swallowed and tried speaking to her, hoping to calm her down. His voice only aggravated her more. He was forced to leave, his heart so heavy it seemed to weigh his feet. She sounds pretty upset. He paused at the sound of Ty Lee's voice. Her face peered out from the little grate on the cell door to his left. The sight of her made his stomach twist. Ty Lee had helped them bring down Azula with her chi blocking, but she had also gone too far in the eyes of those who decided who got to walk free or be imprisoned. It was inevitable she would end up here after letting the tanks in and supporting Azula for so long. Azula is just mad because she didn't get what she wanted, he muttered. Maybe it would help if I got moved to a cell closer to hers. I could calm her down, keep her company. That's not for me to decide. But you could put in a good word for me, couldn't you? Aren't you friends with the king and that lady advisor? Zuko sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. I'll see what I can do. Thanks. His frown deepened. You're weirdly chirpy for someone in prison. Actually, I hate being in here. It's boring and small and none of the guards are cute. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Ty Lee flashed him a smile. Though if you can get me a cute guard, I'd appreciate it. Zuko blinked a few times. Right. Well, I'd better go. The others are probably waiting for me. She made a humming sound. Mai did say you were leaving. Mai came to see you. To say goodbye. There was a pause, then Ty Lee bit her lip and turned away. Hey, keep her safe for me, will you? Pretty sure Mai can take care of herself. Even so. His voice softened. Yeah, all right. You take care of yourself as well. Of course. She tapped the bars. Though it's not like I'll be going anywhere. Zuko didn't understand how she could smile and say such things, but then he guessed that was just Ty Lee. He nodded to her in parting and left the prisons to regroup with the others, who were being seen off by King Ki and Bayu. Soon, they were all piled on Appa, a difficult thing now that there were 8 of them and leaving the city behind. Next stop is Chameleon Bay. Sokka said from where he sat at the reins. Zuko's gaze met Katara's briefly before shifting to Aang, who was still unconscious and being cradled on her lap. He really hoped Aang woke up soon. Chapter 3, Bonds. Lizard snakes wriggled their way through Zuko's stomach as he glanced at the Water Tribe warriors. They were all big men arrayed in various kinds of blunt and sharp weapons. It wasn't that he was scared, he was confident in his fighting abilities if it came to that, but his experiences in the north hadn't exactly inspired him with the warm fuzzies for adult Water Tribe men. He had to keep reminding himself that he was their ally now and that there was no reason for them to turn on him or lock him away, even if they did find out about the awful things he'd done in the past. Sokka had vouched for him. Everything was going to be fine. And this is my dad, Sokka said, sweeping his hand towards the tallest man of the bunch. Zuko swallowed. All he saw were harsh lines and assessing eyes set in a face that towered above him. It was like being in front of his father all over again, dwarfed in the shadow of judgment and authority. Then the lines softened, crinkling upwards, and a smile formed. Welcome, Hakata said, grasping Zuko's forearm. My son has told me a lot about you. A tiny breath escaped Zuko. He returned the grip briefly and stepped back, not trusting himself to speak. Iroh and the others were also introduced. Where's Katara? Hakata asked, peering around. Shouldn't she be with you? Sokka explained how she was getting Aang settled in one of the tents. Toph was also with her, but they'd be along soon. The conversation got a bit more somber at the mention of Aang's condition. Hakata was the one to break the cloud of gloom by suggesting Sokka take all of them to meet the prisoners. He smiled when he said the word, the expression amused rather than cruel. It was a lot like the expression Sokka made when he was trying not to laugh. Hakata then excused himself by saying he had some things to sort out, so perhaps they could all meet again later. Soon, Zuko, Iroh, Mai and Shizue were following Sokka to a different part of the camp. I'm telling you it's fine. Someone grumbled from up ahead. But if we had a bit more? For the last time, not everything needs to be drenched in salt, you platypus bare-faced pillock. Zuko and Iroh exchanged a startled glance. "That sounds like Cheng," Iroh said. They rounded a tent and saw a stooped, elderly man swatting at one of the big warrior's hands with a wooden spoon. There was a pot of something bubbling away over a cooking fire in front of him. Then the old man caught sight of them and dropped the spoon with a dramatic cry. "General Iroh! Prince Zuko!" He hobbled towards them with tears springing to his eyes. For an unnerving moment, Zuko thought the cook was going to hug him, but Cheng just grinned mistily and said it was good to see them. Iroh greeted Cheng just as enthusiastically. The helmsman emerged from the tent, drawn by the sound of their voices, and the process repeated itself all over again. It was a messy but happy reunion, intermingled with relief, questions, and also Cheng's complaints about how none of the Water Tribe warriors had any taste when it came to food and how there were never enough spices. "Where are Zee and Tomoki?" Zuko asked, glancing around. "Ah, they're probably right here," Zee said. He had come up behind the group with Tomoki and another Water Tribe warrior at his side. Zee looked grayer and had a scar on his cheek that hadn't been there before, but was otherwise unharmed. Tomoki looked the same as always, right down to his wispy beard and the black tufts on his upper lip that he called a mustache. Zuko remembered that Kin and Nozomi had used to tease him about his inability to grow proper facial hair. Zee's grim expression relaxed slightly. "General Iroh, Prince Zuko. We've been waiting for you." Zuko let out a breath. This was real. 4 of his crew had survived and now they were all together again. In a strange way, it felt like finding a piece of home. "Is there somewhere more comfortable we can talk?" Iroh asked. Zee turned to the warrior at his side. "Bato." Bato nodded. "Take your time." He clapped a hand on Sokka's shoulder. "Come on, let's give them some privacy." Mai said she'd go with the Water Tribe warriors, not having any interest in being part of a crew reunion. Shizue stuck close to Zuko, though she remained silent as they all settled in the tent on the soft fur. The Water Tribe must have gifted it to their prisoners. It didn't take long to get the story out of the crew. Just as Sokka had explained, they had fled the north and had been forced to surrender to Hakata and his warriors. Zee and the others had already lost any desire to return to the navy by then. The siege of the north had shaken them with the sheer power and destruction they'd witnessed, not to mention left many of the crew dead. "None of us had even wanted to follow Zhao," Tomoki said quietly. "We should have made a stand earlier, but..." The crew looked down, still weighed by grief and regret. After a moment, Zee picked up the story and explained how they'd realized deserting the navy to return home would achieve nothing. They'd just be hunted down and killed. It wasn't like the Water Tribe warriors would simply let them go either. "So, you joined them?" Zuko asked. "Not at first." Zee sighed and rubbed the scar on his cheek. "It's all Cheng's fault, really." "Cheng." The cook cracked a grin and reached into his pocket, pulling out a Pai Sho tile. "The White Lotus," Zuko said, putting the pieces together. "You're part of the order." Iroh smiled. "Indeed. He was my second pair of eyes and ears." "Right I was," Cheng said. "Felt good that did us once we got captured, though. Those warriors wouldn't trust me or let me send any messages, so I couldn't get in contact with the order. Took some time to earn their trust, I can tell you." Eventually, as Cheng explained, the crew had come to an agreement with Chief Hakata. They'd provide strategic information in return for the chief's protection. The goal had been to seek refuge in Ba Sing Se, but that had been abandoned when the Fire Nation had attacked the city. They'd realized that nowhere was safe and there was no point trying to wait out the war. "We're still soldiers," Tomoki said with a shrug. "It's not our nature to stand on the sidelines. Plus, we heard you'd both sided with the Avatar." As the crew put it, they'd followed Zuko and Iroh for 3 years. They had no love for Fire Lord Oze, so when Zuko and Iroh had got branded traitors, it had only convinced them that fighting for the Fire Nation at least under its current ruler was not the way to end the war. "All we want is peace," Zee concluded. "We don't want to betray the Fire Nation, but..." "I understand," Zuko said. "I feel the same." Iroh gripped his shoulder. "This is the best way. We must work with the other nations. Only then can we have peace." "Oh. You're rather quiet. Zuko glanced at Shizue. The group had been moving to meet with Hakata and the other warriors, but he paused now. It was not often she initiated conversation with him. What? I've been watching you. You've barely said a word for a while now. She stared at him shrewdly. Something is bothering you. He looked away. It's Aang. He still hasn't woken. I thought you were the one who insisted he would. Are you saying now he won't? No. I know he's trying, I know he will, but I just wonder how long we can wait. She tilted her head in a questioning manner. The comet is coming. The eclipse plan looks like our best bet to stop my father, and then there's Mum. He swallowed. If Aang doesn't wake soon, what are we supposed to do? Sure, we can fight without him if it comes to that, but it's supposed to be his destiny to stop the Fire Lord. That's what everyone says. What if we can't succeed without him? And you said my mother has been stuck on that island for 3 years. I can't just sit around here and wait for Aang to wake up while she's trapped. I just can't. It would be reckless to try saving her without the Avatar. His heart quickened a little. But not impossible. The spirit on that island is dangerous. Shizue folded her arms across her chest. Do you really think I would have wasted time searching for the Avatar in Ba Sing Se if I thought there was another way? Then what are we supposed to do? Just keep waiting and hoping? It's been 2 weeks already. She was quiet for a moment. The others were far ahead now, leaving just the two of them standing near the tent. There has to be a way, Zuko murmured. A way to make him wake. You know about fire healing. Isn't there anything I can do to? I am not a fire healer. I know that, but I can't help you. Then take me to someone who can. He stepped closer. You know where the other fire healers are. I remember you and Mother talking about me being one of them, and I know you had some kind of mission, so that means you have to. I don't think you understand. Her eyes hardened. My mission was to ensure people like you don't exist. It was like he had been punched in the gut. All the breath got caught in his throat and he backed up a step. What? You are a threat. The only reason you were not dealt with years ago is because your mother begged me not to. She insisted we could keep your abilities a secret, that there would be no problems so long as we were careful. His pulse throbbed in his neck and his mouth went dry. Your mother was wrong. Now she is lost, and you just had to go and form an energy bond with the Avatar and heal all those people. Shizue curled her fingers into his tunic, holding him fast. Be grateful, Prince Zuko. I still have enough love for Urson not to take you to them. You would never leave that place if I did. She released him and walked off without another word. Zuko was left staring at her back, his heart lodged somewhere in his throat and his stomach twisting. Oh. It was difficult to focus on the meeting that night. They ate fresh fish and Chang's stew not too salty, just as Chang had wanted, and discussed what they would do next. Hakata agreed to support the Eclipse invasion and suggested they send a messenger to get the Northern Water Tribe on their side as well. Zuko tried to follow the conversation as they moved on to the finer points of the plan, but his mind kept going back to what Shizue had said. My mission was to ensure people like you don't exist. He swallowed and tightened his grasp on the bowl of stew. Had Shizue been some kind of assassin to get rid of fire healers? Had his mother been one as well? Did that mean they had killed people like him before? Abruptly, he placed his bowl down and stood up. He was going to think himself into circles if he kept worrying about this. Where are you going? Sokka asked. We haven't finished discussing the uncle is the tactician. Ask him. But you're... Zuko walked off before Sokka could finish his sentence. It didn't take him long to reach the tent where Aang was resting. Aang was tucked up in what looked like Katara's sleeping bag. Black hair had grown over his head to cover his arrow tattoo and he looked much thinner. If he didn't wake soon, he'd probably just waste away. I won't let it end this way, Zuko muttered. You're the only one who can help me save Mum. His mother would tell him the truth about the fire healers. She had to. He sat next to Aang's comatose form and grasped his hand. Both he and Katara had tried every healing technique they knew to get Aang to wake up. None of it had worked. Still, the energy bond was unique. It allowed Zuko to communicate with Aang on a level that went beyond the physical. Maybe that was the key. "Please work," he whispered. "Wait." Zuko flinched and glanced over his shoulder to see Katara enter the tent, the heavy flap settling shut behind her. "You're going to link yourself to him again, aren't you?" she said. "Aang needs to wake up. We can't keep waiting for him." "I know, but you shouldn't do this alone." She knelt in front of Zuko and held his free hand. "Let me help." He blinked. "What?" "Use me as an anchor. I've thought about it and I think it's possible." "Katara, that's..." "The first time you linked with him, you completely shattered your sense of self and almost didn't come back. The second time it was an accident, right?" She squeezed his hand. "Aang called you to him when you were asleep and your defenses lowered. Who knows what would have happened had I not woken you in time and broken the link. It was hard enough just trying to wake you then." Zuko averted his gaze. "Let me help," she said softly. "If you're grounded to me, I can get you out if something goes wrong. I can help you maintain the link without putting yourself at risk." "It won't work. I don't even have an energy bond with you. It only happens when I give up a lot of my chi to heal someone. Don't you remember Shang's scrolls? You can control energy connections. That has to mean you can create them as well." Zuko pulled his hand away from hers. "You don't know what you're asking. Being connected to me isn't a game. It's dangerous. I can barely control my abilities. I've helped you control your healing in the past. I know I can help you with this as well. Trust me." She clasped his hand again. "Trust in our bond. We've already linked our energy twice before to do joint healings. This will work, Zuko. I know it." He met her eyes and saw the determination, the stubbornness. "I don't want to hurt you," he admitted. "I could never live with myself if I did that." "You won't hurt me?" He held her gaze for a long moment and then let out a breath. "Fine. I'll try." She smiled encouragingly. Her hand was smooth and warm and he focused on that, the feel of her touch, the point of contact. He inhaled and called upon his energy, picturing it as a golden thread passing through his meridian paths to connect with hers through their palms. In an instant he felt a caress of ocean and rain. "Katara." He exhaled as their energy intertwined, holding a part of him to her like a lifeline. "I've got you," she whispered. "Now go get him." Zuko tightened his hold on Aang's hand. Then he closed his eyes and let himself slip through the door of air and elemental power into a world of mist. Oh! The golden thread led Zuko straight to Aang, who immediately pounced on him in an attack of hugs and exclamations. In short, a typical Aang greeting. "Easy there," Zuko said, pulling back. "Listen, I've come to get you out of here. You know how to get me out." Aang grinned so widely his face looked like it might split. "What are we waiting for? Let's go, go, go. I can't wait to see a place that isn't just big, misty nothingness. Oh, and Appa, and Momo and Katara and Sokka and..." Yeah, I get it. You missed everyone and can't wait to see them." Aang beamed. "So, how do we get out?" I haven't fully figured out that part." The smile drooped a little. "Oh. But I do have an idea." Aang perked up again. "Great. What should I do? Do you need me to do anything? Because I've been stuck down here for a while. 2 weeks, actually." "What?" Aang's eyes bugged wide and he ran his hands over his head. Weirdly, he was still bald in this place. 2 weeks? I've really been here for 2 weeks. Roughly. Aang latched onto Zuko like a leech. "You've gotta get me out of here. I can't be stuck here. I have to. Relax. I'm not leaving you again unless you're coming with me." Tears sprang to Aang's eyes. "Thanks, Zuko." He sniffed. "You're a good friend." Zuko just sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, I need you to focus." Another sniff. "All right." Sniff. "I'm focused." Zuko frowned, though he could understand Aang's weepiness. The poor kid had been through a lot and had never been very good at being alone. Okay, first I need you to tell me if you can sense your body. Not really. Aang rubbed the back of his hand against his dripping nose. It's like there's a block. Figured as much. He remembered how Aang had mentioned the first time that he couldn't follow because his path was blocked. At first, they'd both assumed it was because Aang's body was too damaged, but now Zuko was convinced that wasn't the case. The fact Aang was trapped in this place of misty nothingness didn't make sense. Something had gone wrong. What about the energy bond connecting us? Zuko asked. You can sense that, right? That's how you called me here last time. Yeah. Then that has to be it. Zuko folded his arms. Really? You haven't figured it out yet. Aang blinked a few times. Geez, Aang, it means you're the one blocking yourself. What? Aang laughed and swatted him on the arm as if he'd made a funny joke. No way. I would have got out long ago if that were the case. Then why were you able to help me leave the first time? Why can I come and go but you can't? I don't know. Maybe this place just has a thing against avatars. He let out a weak laugh. Zuko held his gaze steadily. Look, Katara used the spirit oasis water on you. Your body is fine. I think it's your spirit that's not. Aang lowered his head. My spirit, huh? Seems that way. About the only thing Katara and I have been able to tell about your condition is that your energy is pretty twisted. Then what should I do? Figure out a way to remove your block so you can leave this place. That's a good start. Aang sighed and sat on the ground. I'm all for getting out of here, but I have no idea how to remove this block thingy. It's just there. He threw his arms up in the air dramatically. So, think. What's troubling you? What's holding you back from waking up? Nothing. I want to go back more than anything, but... Zuko looked at him expectantly. What is it, Aang? Oh man. Aang sighed and flopped onto his back. It really is my fault. I think it's 'cause I lost my connection to my past lives. Wait, that's still a thing. Aang nodded morosely and swung up to sit upright. I tried and tried but I couldn't find any of them. He balled his hands into fists and screwed up his face. I'm a failure. I failed the world once and now I'm doing it again. Hey. Zuko crouched next to him and gripped his shoulder. It's going to be fine. I told you before, right? I can still sense the power within you. They're not really gone. Sure feels that way. That's just the spiritual block. You can work through this. I know you can. Aang paused and glanced up at him curiously. You know, you're starting to sound a bit like Guru Puthik. Have you been getting into the banana onion juice? Gross, no. That stuff's disgusting. I'm kidding. Aang smiled. You would make a pretty good guru, though. You've got that energy, spiritual sensing thing going on. Great. I'll keep that in mind if Traitor Prince doesn't work out. Aang scrunched his nose. Sarcasm. The fact you have to ask is worrying. Now focus. Zuko settled into a more comfortable position. What exactly about being unable to connect with your past lives is troubling you? What's holding you back from wanting to wake up? There was a long pause. Aang, come on. You have to work with me here. Every second Zuko spent in this place was a drain on his energy. Still, he could feel the thread of ocean and rain encircling him. All he had to do was give it a tug and he knew he would be pulled back to the tent. He just didn't want to do that unless Aang was coming with him. I'm scared, Aang confessed in a small voice. Before you saved me, I saw all the cosmic energy that fuels the Avatar state just fall apart. I saw my past lives turn to dust and slip away from me. Even if you say you can sense the power there, I can't at all. I can't feel anything. He brought his legs up to his chest and buried his face against his knees. I'm nothing like this. I can't help anyone. Aang. What am I supposed to do? I'm so scared, Zuko. Everyone is counting on me. I'm supposed to save the world. That's all I've heard since the day I got told I was the Avatar, but now I might as well be a normal kid. How can I face them like this? How can I go back? Because you have to. A particularly snotty sniff. Is that supposed to comfort me? Because it's not working. I didn't mean it like that. Zuko rubbed the base of his neck. Well, maybe he'd meant it a little. All I'm saying is there's no point staying here. Nothing will change. You'll just be trapped in this place. I don't want that. I hate this place. Right. So you need to let it go. I know it's scary, I know we don't have all the answers right now, but everyone is waiting for you. His voice softened. I promise I'll help you find a way to connect with your past lives again. You won't be alone in this, Aang. Aang tentatively raised his head. You really believe I can connect with them again? Of course. You're the Avatar. Zuko held out his hand. Now can we please get out of this misty hellhole? Aang nodded and gripped his hand. His gray eyes widened. What is that? That feeling? It kind of reminds me of Katara. That's because it is her. A faint smile. She's going to guide us back. You just have to say the word. Katara? She's in on this too? You two are connected right now. Only at her insistence. Zuko's expression sobered. She's been at your side almost this whole time. Don't leave her waiting any longer. Aang grinned and closed his eyes. I'm ready. I'm ready to go back. Then don't let go. Zuko tugged on the thread of ocean and rain. A part of the mist opened up above them, and then it was as if they were being cradled by a gentle wave and carried to shore. Katara had come through just as promised. Oh. Did it work? Katara asked. Zuko blinked and found himself sitting in the tent. It worked. She sighed in relief. Thank the spirits. He released her hand, allowing their energy to unlink. Aang still hadn't moved. Wait, she said, giving Zuko an anxious look. I thought you said it worked. I thought it did. Worried, they both leaned over Aang and searched for any sign of movement beyond the rise and fall of his chest. His fingers gave a twitch. There. Katara grabbed Zuko's arm. Did you see that? He nodded and held his breath. Eventually, Aang gave a small groan and his eyes opened with groggy slowness. Aang. Katara threw her arms around him. I'm so glad you're all right. Katara. Aang leaned into her and breathed out a happy sigh. It's really good to see you. He peered around her. And Zuko. You're both here. Wait. Someone pinch me so I know this isn't a dream. Zuko rolled his eyes. It's not a dream, idiot. His expression softened. You're really here. You made it out. Aang's chin wobbled. Thanks for coming to help me. Both of you. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't. I'm sure you would have figured it out eventually. Zuko stood up. Anyway, I'll let the others know you're awake. No doubt they'll want to attack you as well. He left the tent to sound of Katara asking Aang whether he was feeling okay. As predicted, the others were very relieved to hear that Aang was awake. Even Mai smiled a little and said she was glad the run had pulled through. You woke him, Shizue observed, coming to stand beside Zuko. Somehow, you figured out a way. That's what my abilities do, he said flatly. Help people. But I guess you wouldn't care about that. If that was all fire healers could do, things would be very different. He swallowed. There was a long pause. Shizue made its king noise. Look, I'm sorry if I upset you earlier. Much has happened, and there is much you need to learn. Then tell me. Help me understand, because right now I have no idea if I should even trust you. I won't harm you. That you can trust. His brow creased. I don't know if I can believe you. Your mother asked me to protect you. That is the duty I have chosen to follow. She held his gaze. Besides, thanks to you the Avatar is awake. Now we can save Ursa. Zuko let out a breath. Any other doubts were drowned by the thought of being reunited with his mother. He had waited so long. Regardless of whether he could trust Shizue or not, she was the key to finding the island. That was just a fact. Get some rest, Shizue advised. It's going to be a long journey. Chapter 4, Silencer. The next morning, Shizue came to the group as they sat around the remnants of a cooking fire. She insisted that they leave for the island that day. Zuko was startled into choking on his breakfast. Aang hadn't even been awake for a full day. Then there was the issue of how they were going to get to the island. Shizue wanted to go on Appa, as the place was far and flying would cut out days of travel. Appa won't be able to carry all of us, Sokka pointed out. Not for this. Sokka's right, Aang said. Sure, we could all squeeze on the saddle, but the weight would be too much for Appa. He'd be slower and we'd have to stop a lot so he can rest. Appa gave a low rumble. Ah, don't worry, buddy. Aang petted him on his furry face. We're not judging. You're still the best bison ever. He got a slobbery lick for that. Shizue folded her arms across her chest. Then Prince Zuko, the Avatar, and I will go. Katara stiffened. Just the three of you. Why not? It will be faster and safer. Safer how? Zuko asked, narrowing his eyes. He still didn't trust her. You haven't explained much about the island except that spirits inhabit it. Her jaw tightened. I told you that place is cursed. It plays on your heart and fears, turns you against each other. You mean it messes with your mind, Mai concluded. Shizue nodded. The more people, the more chances something will go wrong. I'm sure we can handle it, Sokka said between a mouthful of food. Can't be any worse than the swamp, and we survived that. This place is different. Trust me on that. Iroh stroked his beard and glanced at Shizue. You said the island is in the southwest, correct? Yes. Then I'm not sure it would be a good idea to travel on Appa. Heading in that direction will take you close to the Fire Nation, and the bison is easy to spot. You'll likely find yourself with a fleet of Fire Nation ships on your tail. That's true, Zuko said, frowning at his bowl of leftovers. Appa is the main reason I was able to find you all those times back when I was, trying to capture me. Aang supplied. Yeah. That. And the Fire Nation needs a win, Iroh said. Many were lost in the battle for Ba Sing Se. Those in charge will need to redeem themselves in Oze's eyes. They will not let you move around so easily. Toph leaned back on her palms and wriggled her toes, dislodging some of the dirt stuck between them. So, what do we do? What does the chameleon mouse do when the owlcat goes hunting? Stay in its hole? Aang guessed. Zuko pressed his palm to his forehead. Uncle, no weird animal metaphors. Just get to the point. Camouflage, Sokka murmured. The chameleon mouse camouflages itself. He shot to his feet. I know what to do. Wait here. Zuko frowned at his uncle while the others watched Sokka run off towards Hakuda's tent. Does everything have to be a teaching moment with you? He muttered to Iroh. You could have just said what you were thinking. I could have, but is it not a good thing to help others exercise their mind? After all, give a man a fish and he will eat for a day. Teach him to fish and he'll eat for a lifetime. Zuko groaned. Never mind. I don't know why I bother. Iroh smiled and went back to sipping his tea. Eventually, Sokka returned with Hakuda. The plan was soon divulged. They'd use a Fire Nation ship to get away from the bay and slip past any blockades. It was the perfect cover. The Fire Nation won't suspect us if we look like one of their own, Sokka explained. Plus, we won't have to split up again and Appa won't get tired from having to travel all that long distance while carrying us. No one had any real complaints, though Mai did ask how they planned to steal a Fire Nation ship. Sokka smiled and said he and his dad had it all figured out, but they were going to need Katara's help. Mine. She said in surprise. Hakuda raised his eyebrows. You're a master waterbender, aren't you? She stared at him for a breath and then her lips curved upwards. Yeah. I am. Then we'll be counting on you. Her smile widened. Zuko was glad for her. He'd known there had been some tension between her and Hakuda, but it seemed like they were on their way to resolving their issues. Aang cleared his throat. Hey, if you need another waterbender, I can. No, Aang, Katara said, placing her hand on his shoulder. It's best if you rest for now. But You're still recovering. She smiled warmly at him. Don't worry, I've got this. He lowered his gaze. Hakata clapped his hands together. Well, I guess that's that. Leave the ship to the water tribe. We'll make sure the job gets done. And when can we expect this ship? Shizue asked, arching her eyebrow. If all goes well, we'll have it tonight. This satisfied Shizue and also brought the impromptu meeting to end. Katara went off with her brother and father to go discuss strategies with the other warriors. Zuko seized his chance to pull Aang aside. Sorry about this, Zuko said. I didn't mean for it all to get shoved on you after you just woke up, but it's fine. Aang grinned at him. I really want to help you find your mom. Besides, you're worried about her, right? Yeah. Then that's all there is to it. Zuko swallowed against the sudden tightness in his throat. Thanks, Aang. Really? Hey, don't mention it. That's what friends are for. Aang glanced the other way and his voice became a bit more somber. Honestly, I'm just glad I can be of use. I haven't felt like much of an avatar of late. Both boys were quiet for a moment. There's no point beating yourself up over what happened, Zuko said gently. You know that, right? Yeah. He gripped Aang's shoulder. You know, maybe you should take this chance to rest. Katara is right that you need it. I've been resting for 2 weeks. You've been in a coma. That's different. Aang sighed. I don't want to sleep, and I don't want to be alone. I've had enough of that. Well, I was going to see how Z and the others are going. Want to join? It was like a beam of sunlight touched Aang's expression. Sure. I'd like that. Oh. The cell was so tiny. Azula sat on the bed, glaring at the stone walls that kept her caged. By now, a letter would have been sent to the Fire Nation to inform her father that the army had been defeated and she had been taken prisoner. Just the thought made her chest tighten and her mouth dry. I can fix this, she muttered feverishly. I can fix this. It's just a minor setback. Father will. No. She couldn't hope for father to understand. He wouldn't. He never had been sympathetic towards mistakes, no matter how insignificant. Everything had to be perfect with him. She had to be perfect. But she had lost. Azula swallowed and dug her nails into her thighs. She had a mad urge to scratch and scratch and scratch, to peel off this skin of failure from which she couldn't seem to escape. If only she could get out of this cell. Then she could. Could what? Try to take over Ba Sing Se again? Try to capture the Avatar? Her nails dug in deeper. She didn't even care about the stupid city. She didn't care about that bald brat either. Everything she had done had been for her father. You could look for me, her mother's voice whispered. Isn't that what you really want? Azula gritted her teeth so hard it felt like they'd shatter. You're angry that Zuko left you behind. You wanted to go with him, didn't you? You want to see me again. I want to see you so I can tell you how much I despise you, she hissed. You treated me like I was a monster. No. I loved you. I still do. Liar. You were scared of me even though it was Zuko who was supposedly so unnatural and needed to be watched. You were scared of me, your own child. Silence. Mother. Azula stood up. Mother? Answer me. I was not scared of you, Azula. I was worried. Her voice softened. You could have been more than this. You still can. Azula screamed and threw a ball of flames at the wall. All four were already a blackened mess. She breathed heavily and willed the stinging in her eyes to go away. Oh. The sun was setting, turning the sky a streaky blend of orange and pink. Sokka found Mai training on the beach a bit farther from camp. She was using an old bit of driftwood as a target for her knives. Her ability to hit the same spot every time was freakishly accurate. What are you doing all the way out here? He asked. Could ask you the same. I'm scouting. Mai collected her knives from the piece of wood. I wanted some time alone. Right. You don't really do the people thing. She ignored this comment. He shoved his hands in his pockets and scuffed his boot at the sand. So, what do you reckon this island adventure to save Zuko's mom is going to be like? Long. She began throwing the knives again. His brow creased. Something wrong? You seem, pricklier than usual. Mai heaved a sigh and turned to face him. Do I look like a boy? What? Out of all the responses, that was the one he had least expected. She touched her hair. It had grown a bit longer and was beginning to sneak down her forehead and around her ears and neck. Her hair had used to be so sleek and straight, but the uneven shortness of it now made it seem fluffy, dare he say cute, though saying as much to her would probably end with him resembling a pincushion. Your dad, she muttered, not meeting his gaze, he thought I was a boy. So did the other warriors. So did Jin. Even the Daily did. Mai, he said with a tremor of a laugh, is that all that's bothering you? Faint color dusted her cheeks and she looked the other way. It's not funny. Sorry. He held his hands up in an appeasing gesture. I didn't mean it like that. It's just you really don't look like a boy. Sure, she was on the taller side and a bit flat-chested. Her face was angular and often looked sharper because of her reluctance to show any emotion except boredom, but there was a definite feminine edge to her, the soft lips, the long, thick eyelashes. Mai wasn't boyish at all. Honest, he said, perceiving her doubt. You don't look like a boy. Then why does everyone keep assuming I am one? Her tone was flat and her eyes narrowed, but there was a hint of vulnerability in the way she touched her hair again. Is it the hair? Sokka stepped closer and played with the strand she had touched. Your hair is fine and you're fine. Trust me. If people are thinking you're a boy, they must be thinking you're a very pretty, girly-looking boy. Her eyes widened a fraction. Did you just call me pretty? He coughed to clear his throat. I guess I did. Mai stared at him for a moment and then let out a snort. I'd say I'm flattered, but you think seal jerky deserves its own food group and you don't even know how to clean your socks. Hey. Her mouth twitched, but she said nothing more and went back to throwing her knives. Sokka watched her for a moment before breaking the silence. So, is causing pointy pain to people your only specialty? A faint crease formed on her brow. What? Well, you only ever use knives and stuff, right? Your point. It just got me wondering. I mean, you're really good at what you do. Really good. But there's only a limited amount of knives you can carry. Mai raised her eyebrow. The idea is not to let people get that close. Right, but don't you ever worry? I know you've ended up with only one knife during battle before. What do you do when you run out? I do no hand-to-hand combat, she said dryly. I'd have to be an idiot not to know how to defend myself without a weapon. I see. He grinned. So, you any good? Good enough to take you down. Sokka's smile widened. That's so? Then how about a little match? Just you and me. You want to fight me? Why not? Still got to kill some time before the big mission tonight. She turned away. Pass. Ah, come on, Mai. It'll be fun. Still going to pass. He folded his arms across his chest. Oh, I get it. You're afraid I'm going to beat you. No. It's okay, it's okay. I understand. I mean, aside from my natural talent as a warrior, Shizue did train me and... Ugh. All right. The knives vanished in an instant. I'll fight you if it means you'll shut up. Sokka grinned even wider and took up a fighting stance opposite her. No weapons. No weapons, she agreed, albeit mockingly. She closed in like lightning. Her fists blurred before his eyes, and he stepped back with a lurch of his heart and brought up his arms to block. Fast, he observed. Mai's tiny smile flickered into play and then she was coming at him again. The style was similar to Shizue's, ruthless, quick, and with little room for mistakes on his part. Both went straight for his vitals with a string of rapid blows, though Mai favored her elbows and straight punches, intermixed with sneaky low kicks and knee jabs to knock him off balance. He was glad for all the training he'd received. Sokka caught her wrist and pulled it up behind her back, trapping her against him with an arm around her stomach. "I have to admit," he panted, "I had no idea you could fight like this." She struggled against his hold. "Like I said, I'd have to be stupid not to know how to fight without a weapon. There's no saying what will happen in a battle." "Right, but in this case I've got you pinned. Might as well surrender now." She relaxed all of a sudden before kicking him hard in the shin. He yelped and released her on instinct, only to find himself tumbling onto his back as she got her foot around his and tugged. In a second she was on top of him. They rolled and grappled, sand getting everywhere. "Not the groin, not the groin," he exclaimed, just avoiding her knee. "Ugh, stay still," she grunted in frustration. "No way." They continued to wrestle with each other until Sokka managed to get on top of her, pinning her down with his legs and trapping her arms against the sand. Both were panting. Her cheeks were flushed and her tunic had loosened a little during the struggle, baring one shoulder and the red cloth of her breast bindings. All intention of crowing about his win vanished from his mind. Instead, his pulse quickened and his mouth went dry. It was just a bit of skin, but it was a bit of skin he had never seen before. Not on her. Sokka swallowed and met her eyes. Her lips parted, drawing attention to the softness. A charged moment, a held breath. "Get off," Mai snapped. He released her and rolled off without question. She got to her feet, fixing up her tunic and grumbling about all the sand that had got in her clothes and hair. He was much slower to stand. "Well, I hope you're satisfied," she said. "Huh? About my hand-to-hand fighting skills?" "Oh. Right. You're good." Mai flicked more sand out of her hair. "Ugh. Why did I agree to fight you? I hate sand." His mouth twitched at all her faces of disgust. It was like every grain of sand was a personal insult and she wanted to curse the whole beach into oblivion. Her hair was even more of a mess. A rustling noise came from the trees bordering the beach. They both froze. "What was that?" he murmured. Knives flashed between her fingers. "Let's find out." They drew closer to the trees as the rustling got louder. There was a drumming sound. No, footsteps. Someone was running. Or was it more than one person? The beat sounded uneven. Sokka tightened his grip on his club. A boy broke through the trees with a girl hot on his heels. Her auburn hair blazed in the afternoon sun. Sokka's eyes widened as he watched her pounce on the boy and shove him face first into the sand. "Got you," she announced, though she seemed more irritated than pleased. Sokka stepped forward. "Suki." She raised her head and her jaw dropped. "Sokka. It is you." She smiled. "You wouldn't happen to have anything to tie up a firebender, would you?" "He burned my rope." Mai stepped forward. "Stand him up against the tree." Suki didn't question the odd instruction. In seconds, the dark-haired boy was pinned to the trunk by knives. "Nice," Suki observed. Mai flicked a bit of sand from her sleeve. Sokka was still in a daze. He couldn't stop staring at Suki. "I can't believe you're here. What's going on? Who's this guy? Where are the other Kyoshi Wari MMPH?" His words were cut short as she grabbed him by the collar and pulled him down into a kiss. "You talk too much," she murmured. Sokka blinked. He stared at her face, the big blue eyes and confident smile. She was familiar and beautiful, but in that moment he just felt confused. Almost like he'd done something wrong. "Right," Mai said in her driest tone. "Well, I'll give you two some privacy." He had an odd urge to go after her as she marched down the beach, but he didn't. He didn't move or say a word. "Who was that boy?" Suki asked curiously. "I don't remember him traveling with you before." "That's Mai, and she's not a boy." "Why does everyone always think that? Isn't it obvious she's female?" Suki raised her eyebrows. "Sorry, I didn't know." He realized he had got too defensive and quickly forced a smile. "Ah, sorry." Mai's a friend. She's been through a lot, so do me a favor and don't let her know you assumed she was a boy. It'll just make her grumpy. Got it. He let out a breath. But, wow, you're really here. What happened? I thought you were helping refugees cross to Ba Sing Se. I was. She jerked her thumb at her captive. Then I ran into this one. Sokka appeared at the firebender. He looked to be in his mid to late teens and had skin brown enough to be water tribe. He was also dressed in casual Earth Kingdom attire. He doesn't look like a soldier, Sokka observed. Is he a colonial? Don't know, but he's a slippery one. Caught him stealing important documents. We locked him up for questioning, but he escaped and ended up leading me on this chase. Sokka frowned. Well, let's see what he has to say now. There's no way he's getting free of those knives. She nodded and approached the boy. Hey, I've got some questions for you. He raised his head. This time it was Sokka's jaw that dropped. Those eyes. They were the same. Pale gold, Sokka murmured. Your eyes are pale gold. Something flickered in the boy's expression. So? It's just a color. No. Sokka stepped closer. I know that's not a common color. You're one of them, aren't you? Don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I think you do. Suki scrunched her nose. One of what? Sokka? Do you know him? I'll explain later. For now, we need to get this one back to camp. Sokka held the boy's gaze. There's someone he needs to meet. Oh. The boy's name was Yuzo. He didn't say much, but Zuko noticed the way those pale gold eyes followed him everywhere. That was the look of a person who knew about fire healers. The question was why Yuzo still refused to speak when he had obviously recognized that he and Zuko were the same. Give me a moment alone with him and I'll get him talking, Shizue said, shooting Yuzo a dark look. Like I'm really going to leave you alone with him, Zuko muttered. You don't need to sound so suspicious. I'll just loosen his tongue a bit. Or we could leave torture out of this. He's a fire healer. So am I. There was a tense pause. Shizue grabbed Zuko's arm and pulled him away from the others. Listen to me, she said in a low voice so no one else could hear. There are only two reasons why this boy would be here. The first is he's like you, a free walker, someone who was never taken by the silencers. Silencers. Those who keep the secrets. Those who will do anything to ensure the children of the undying fire remain a buried truth. You mean people like you, he concluded. She ignored this comment and stared at Yuzo through narrowed eyes. The second is that he never needed to be found in the first place. Right. And that's bad because it means someone let him go. Her fingers dug into his arm. That is not a good thing, Prince Zuko. Fire healers never get released. Never. Zuko wrenched his arm free. Are you even hearing yourself? You talk about making fire healers not exist and keeping them locked away, and you expect me to listen to anything you have to say. His voice hardened into a hiss. I'd trust him more than I trust you right now. He stomped back to where Yuzo was trapped in a mass of rock, courtesy of Toph, and being guarded by Iroh and Suki. Sokka had left with Katara and the other warriors to carry out the ship commandeering mission. Just because they'd found a fire healer didn't mean they could put their plans on hold. Can you give us a bit of privacy? Zuko asked Iroh and Suki. Iroh nodded, but Suki took a moment to glare at Yuzo and make a gesture with her hands to warn she'd be watching. It seemed he'd got on her bad side while forcing her to chase him all over the Bay Area. Zuko waited until they were both out of earshot before he turned to Yuzo. I know you're a fire healer, he said bluntly. I know you know I am as well. Yuzo said nothing. Zuko sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Look, you're the first fire healer I've met. I don't know anything about this, about myself, and that woman. He nodded to where Shizue was watching them. She could probably tell me everything, but I can't trust a thing she says. She's a silencer, Yuzo observed. Right. Wait, you know about that. You start to get a sense for them after a while. It's the way they look at you. Zuko thought of the intense looks Shizue had given him before her memories had been restored. Even when he was a child, she had always watched him. A shadow waiting. You're right not to trust her, Yuzo murmured. Silencers don't give a damn about us. All they care about is keeping secrets. He tilted his head to the side. Why are you even letting her travel with you? She's the only one who knows anything about the island where my mother is trapped. Ah. Zuko looked at him more closely. It seemed like this guy knew his stuff. These secrets you mentioned, do you know what they are? Do you know what the silencers are trying to hide? A faint smile curved Yuzo's mouth. Sorry, can't help you there. I don't have a death wish. But you do know. Maybe. Maybe not. Get me out of this rock and ensure your silencer can't slit my throat, and maybe then I'll feel like talking. Zuko glanced over his shoulder to where Shizue had been standing, but she was gone. He turned back to Yuzo. She won't hurt you. Not if I ask her not to. Yeah, I'm not buying that. You admitted yourself that you don't trust her. Zuko lowered his gaze, knowing it was true. This is all on you, my friend. You know my terms. I'm not saying a word while she's here. I just can't get rid of her. Then I guess you don't really want to hear what I have to say. Zuko frowned at the hawkish-faced boy. You're kind of annoying, you know that. People do tell me that sometimes. Yuzo relaxed as much as he was able to while trapped up to his neck in rock. If you see that little earthbender, can you tell her to make my prison more habitable? Maybe a chair. Zuko rolled his eyes and walked over to join Iroh and Suki. Well? Iroh prompted. Nothing. He knows things, but he's not going to talk. Suki folded her arms across her chest. Figures. He wouldn't even say what he was doing with the documents he stole. What were they? Zuko asked. You never said. A list of all the refugees who traveled by ferry to Ba Sing Se over the past 3 months. Zuko's brow creased. Why would Yuzo care about that? Beats me. Iroh stroked his beard. A mysterious new friend indeed. Mysterious maybe, Suki allowed, but friend. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. The guy is a liar and a thief. Zuko's frown deepened. She was probably right, but then where did that leave him? He had finally found another fire healer. He had found someone who could give him answers. Now he had a choice: trust Shizue, the woman who had inferred she was a silencer, or trust this boy he didn't even know. Either way, it seemed he had to take a risk. Chapter 5, Who to Trust. Zuko stood on the shore and looked towards the horizon. The sun was beginning to stretch its fingers to the sky in a fragile haze of light. Wind ruffled his hair and stirred the water surrounding the bay. Soon, it would be time to set sail. The ship was ready, the supplies were all packed and secured on board. All they waited on now were those making their goodbyes. Hakata and some of the warriors were joining the expedition to help run the ship and prepare for the eclipse, though Zuko suspected he just wanted to spend more time with his children. Tzi, Tomoki, Cheng, and the old helmsman were also coming. Even Suki had chosen to travel with them, however, Zuko knew that had very little to do with him or his mother. The whole village burning thing hadn't exactly warmed her to him. Then there was Yuzo. No one had been sure what to do with him, but it had been agreed that letting him go was not an option. For now, he was being kept in the ship's hold. Zuko could still remember Yuzo's expression as the door had been shut on him, betrayed and simmering with anger. Footsteps caught Zuko's attention. His body tensed. He knew from the grounded yet light tread that it was Shizue. A part of him wanted to tell her to leave, for there was nothing he wanted to hear from her right now, not after all her comments about fire healers. But something held him back. She was still the woman who had helped to raise him. She had still kept him safe in her own way. Shizue did not say anything and simply stood beside him, also gazing towards the distance. He looked at her profile but could not read her expression. Everything about her was guarded and hidden behind wall upon wall. Still, there was a certain tightness about her jaw that suggested she was thinking deeply about something. What? He finally asked. What is it? I thought about what you said last night. How you can't trust me. Can you blame me for not trusting you? No. I suppose any sane person would feel the same. She turned to face him. Even so, I can't change who I was or the things I've done. My past as a silencer will always be a part of me. His brow creased. Look, I'm the last person who has the right to judge someone for their past, but I don't know who you are now. The way you act, the things you say sometimes. He shook his head. It doesn't exactly win trust points. She gave a self-deprecating smile. I guess not. They were both quiet for a moment. The truth is I don't know how to do this, she admitted. Not being a silencer. Not treating people as targets, threats, or just a waste of time. Mallet-mouthed, your mother used to call me. Said I had the tact of a blunt instrument. Mum said that. Oh, yes. She was forever scolding me. I was assigned to act as her lady-in-waiting, but she was the one who trained me in the ways of social niceties. A much softer smile touched Shizue's lips. She used to get so frustrated. Zuko stared at her as if seeing her for the first time. It was like all those walls were finally beginning to lower, letting him catch glimpses of the woman he had known as a child. That Shizue had been strict but fair. She had not left him feeling like he was walking on edges as she often did now. You have to understand, she said. I was raised to be a silencer. My mission was my life. Sparing a thought for other people or their feelings seemed of little consequence. But you don't feel that way anymore. I'm trying. Being open is not easy for me. Trusting others is not easy for me. I get that, but if you truly want me to trust you, you can't keep me in the dark. That's not how it works. She nodded, though the gesture seemed reluctant. Can't you just tell me what you know? He asked when she remained silent. I'm going to find out the truth in some way or another eventually. If not by you, then maybe Yuzo or Mother will tell me. Yuzo, she repeated, pursing her lips. You should not trust him so easily. Yeah, well, he said the same thing about you. No surprise. Shizue glanced towards the horizon. Then it's true. He has come in contact with silencers before. You're not going to hurt him because I said that, are you? Not if he poses no threat. Right now I'm not so certain. I need to know why he was walking free. There you go with that walking free crap again. Zuko made a frustrated sound. What's so bad about fire healers anyway? Sure, the fact we can absorb chi is messed up, but it's not like I go around doing that all the time. I hate that part of me. I know. Then doesn't it follow others would be the same? I just don't understand why the world seems to think it's better if we don't exist. Being able to heal is a good thing. Surely having the ability to absorb chi is no reason to. Everything has two sides, she murmured. Light and dark, yin and yang, good and evil. Those who wield the undying fire are no different. Zuko swallowed. Wait, are you saying there's something else? Something worse than chi absorption? She said nothing. Shizue, you have to tell me. If you know what happened to cause fire healers to be. Forget it. But. Prince Zuko, I would not tell you about this even if you begged me with your dying breath. His eyes widened at her bluntness. There are some things that should not be spoken of and are best forgotten. What happened with the unnamed one must never be repeated. The unnamed one. Her jaw tightened. I've already said too much. Zuko stepped closer. Hold on. You can't just say stuff like that and not explain. Who's this unnamed one? What did? Enough. She turned to leave. This is one oath I will not break. I thought you said you weren't a silencer anymore. Or was that bit about trying to be more open with us a lie? She paused and stood with her back to him. Well? He demanded. Zuko, Shizue. Sokka called. We're ready to go. Shizue glanced over her shoulder to meet Zuko's gaze. You want the truth? The Fire Nation was almost torn apart by fire healers. You may be innocent, but what the unnamed one did when it became clear what wielders of the undying fire could actually do, such power could not be left unchecked. That is why fire healers were hunted and killed and pushed into hiding. People were terrified. They were terrified for good reason. His heart thumped against his ribs. You speak as if you think the genocide of fire healers was justified. What I think is that power does strange things to people. So does fear. You would do well to remember that. She headed for the ship without another word. Zuko lingered on the shore before following. What's wrong? Sokka asked, catching sight of his expression. Nothing. You've got that glooming look about you. I am not glooming. Sokka snorted. Please. You, sir, are a veritable mountain of gloom. You are a gloomy gloom prince, but don't worry. I, as your good friend, shall offer a listening ear to your woes. Yeah, I think I'll pass. You sure? I have absolutely 0 degrees in psychology and do not have a distinguished beard, but I'm said to be a good listener. Zuko's mouth twitched despite his best efforts not to smile. Just shut up and move, Sokka, he muttered, giving him a light shove. Everyone is waiting for us. Sokka grinned and walked with him up the ramp to the ship, still lightheartedly ribbing him about his morning grumps. Zuko would never admit it aloud, but he was grateful for his friend in that moment. He had really needed the distraction. Oh. Ah, the sea breeze feels good, Tomoki sighed, leaning against the railing on the deck. I've missed this. Feels like I've been cooped up on land forever. I was born for the open seas. You tell em, Sonny, Chang said, not taking his eyes off the pie show game he was playing with Iroh. Aha, don't think I don't see what you're up to, you old sneak, trying to get my tulip tile. Zuko smiled a little, but was distracted by a groan from his left. Toph was practically clinging to the railing and looked as green as her tunic. Well, the only thing I miss is land, she muttered. Can we go back now? I hate this. Feeling seasick? Zuko asked sympathetically. Please. I don't get sick. I'm Toph Bayurb. The next moment she was sticking her head between the gap in the railings and vomiting over the side. Tomoki laughed and laughed and laughed. The 2 water tribe warriors who had been walking past noticed her predicament and joined in the laughter. What was that, Earthbender? Tomoki taunted with a huge grin. You don't get what? She managed to dredge up enough energy to punch him in the leg but otherwise just groaned and looked miserable. Tomoki and the warriors, of course, found this hilarious and continued to tease her. I might be able to help, Zuko said, taking pity on her. Come on. He guided her away from the railing and sat her down with him on the deck, close to where Appa was napping. She still looked very green. He told her to try not to be sick on him and placed his hands on her head. A second was all it took to connect with her energy earthy and raw. She let out a small breath and closed her eyes. Oh, that's good, she murmured. If I'd known you could do this, I would have come to you sooner. Zuko bit back a smile. Toph really must have been feeling awful. She was never so open with compliments, not unless there was a lot of sarcasm involved. What ya doing? Aang asked, coming over to them with Momo on his shoulder. SHH, Toph said, still with her eyes closed. Not that it made any difference for her. Sunshine is working his magic. No distractions. Actually, I think I'm done. Zuko removed his hands from her head. How's that? Toph stood up and tilted her head from side to side. Better. She punched him hard in the arm. You know, you could just say thank you instead of punching me. Yeah, but there's no fun in that. A wicked grin curved her lips. Though I really should thank you for making me feel better. Now I can have my revenge. Aang blinked. Revenge? Her grin only widened before she trundled off to where Tomoki was now talking with the 2 water tribe warriors who had been mocking her before. Oh. Think we should warn them? Aang asked. The ship is metal. She might actually hurt someone. Zuko got to his feet. Let her have her fun. She'd been so quiet and subdued of late that it was actually a relief to see her flashing her demon child grin and wanting to punish people. Aang shrugged. If you say so. They both watched as Toph used part of the railing to trap Tomoki and the 2 warriors together by roping it around their legs. Then she launched them into the air. Their yelps of fright earned quite a few smiles and chuckles. Toph dusted off her hands and left the men hooked to a part of the wall, still crammed together and dangling awkwardly by their ankles like strung-up fish. "Hey!" they cried. "Let us go." "No can do." She smiled sweetly. "You know, because I don't have the sea legs for it and my stomach is as weak as my little girl arms." She flexed her skinny arms for emphasis. "Oh, come on." Tomoki groaned. The other two warriors grumbled and protested as well, but Toph just grinned and settled down on the deck beside them. "Wow," she said with exaggerated delight, "the sea breeze sure feels good. How's it up there?" Her tormentors, and now victims, seemed to break in that moment as they realized they had picked on the wrong girl. Tomoki even got desperate enough to call out for Iroh and Zuko to save him. "Ah," Iroh said, shifting one of his tiles to a new square on the Pai-Sho board, "but one will never reach the higher ground by pushing others down." "Technically he did reach the higher ground," Chang commented. "He's not even touching the ground." Iroh chuckled. "Indeed. Nevertheless, I am sorry to say, young Tomoki, I cannot assist you or your two friends at this time. Perhaps you should use your newfound, elevation to think about why you got there in the first place." This did not work for Tomoki. "Prince Zuko. You'll help us, right?" Zuko folded his arms across his chest and shook his head. "Avatar Aang." Aang scratched his chin. "Well. Don't you dare, Twinkle Toes. These ones are mine until I say so." Aang shrugged and offered a sheepish smile. "Sorry, guys." "You heard her." All three protested loudly. This went on for a while until the two warriors caught sight of their chief coming from the starboard side, along with Katara and Bato. They called out to Hakata to get them down. "What in the world?" Hakata frowned at the sight of three grown men strung up together like fish. "What's going on?" The situation was soon explained. Hakata nodded in a rather solemn manner. "Well, men," he said just as gravely, "I'm afraid there's only one thing you can do. You'll just have to hang in there." There was a small beat of silence, broken only by Hakata falling into a fit of laughter. He was shaking and everything. "Get it," he said, nudging his daughter and Bato in the ribs. "I said hang in there because they're hanging there." He laughed again. "Sure, Dad," Katara said dryly. "You're killing it." "Puns," was all Bato muttered, pressing his palm to his forehead. "Always puns." Hakata laughed again and wiped a tear from his eye. "Still got it." Zuko raised his eyebrow as he watched the leader of the Southern Water Tribe head inside the cabin area while still chuckling at his own joke. "Now I know where Sokka gets it from." Aang perked up. "Did you say something?" He shook his head. As the minutes went by and the sea and sky remained the same endless blue all around them, conversation turned to ways to pass time on a boat. Zuko admitted that he had mostly trained during his banishment, which seemed to amuse Katara. It did give them the idea to get in a little fire-bending training for Aang, though. They went through a few basic steps, nothing too heavy since Aang was still recovering. "Good," Zuko said, relaxing from his bending stance. "You're looking better." "Really?" "Well, you look less like a floundering octopus slug." "Oh. Great. I guess." "Zuko's just teasing," Katara said, coming to stand by them. "Aren't you, Zuko?" "No. His form is still really sloppy and he never puts in enough juice to." "Okay." She pushed on Zuko's back with both hands, guiding him away from a slumped-shouldered Aang. "Fire-bending training is over. Why don't we let Aang rest a bit now?" He twisted around to look at her. "What?" "It's the truth." She sighed and kept pushing on his back to make him walk. "Honestly. What am I going to do with you?" Zuko's brow furrowed. He was about to respond when he noticed Shizue had come up on deck. Their eyes met. Suddenly, the conversation from early that morning rushed into his mind, including the unsettling words she had said to him. Power does strange things to people. So does fear. What happened with the unnamed one must never be repeated. He tensed all over. "Hey." Katara's hands rubbed his back a little, soothing him into releasing some of the tension in his shoulders. She had followed the direction of his gaze and also looked at Shizue. "What is it?" Is something going on between you two? I'll tell you later, he murmured. She frowned, then nodded. Okay. Her hands left his back, but she stayed beside him. Shizue did not approach at all. Oh. So, you've finally come, Yuzo said by way of greeting. Let me guess, you're hoping I'm bored enough by now to feel like talking. Well, I am bored, that is. Zuko shut the door and stood in front of him. What do you know about the unnamed one? Something flickered in Yuzo's eyes. You do realize your silence just gave you away, Zuko pointed out. There's no need to act dumb. I know you know something. I never said I didn't. I'm just surprised you've heard of the unnamed one. Don't tell me your silencer told you. She mentioned it. But she didn't tell you everything, did she? Why else would you be here? Zuko said nothing. A soft laugh. Well, I did warn you. Silencers only care about keeping secrets. You're wasting your time trying to get anything worthwhile from her. His smile was all edges. Know why? She doesn't trust you. She never will. You're a fire healer. Zuko lowered his gaze, unable to refute the point when he had sensed the same thing. It's almost pathetic in a way, Yuzo said, though his tone hinted of bitterness. They're all so scared of us. Silencers will do anything to keep us contained, even if it means killing innocent people. Are you really sure you want that traveling with you? I told you she's helping me save my mother. Besides, she's never hurt me. She hasn't hurt any of us. Right. And how safe do you think you'll be if you show even a hint that your abilities can go further? Zuko's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Yuzo tilted his head, gazing at Zuko with sudden intensity. How many people have you bonded with? How did you know I've? Ah, so you have formed energy bonds. Zuko gritted his teeth. This guy really was annoying. Oh, don't give me that face, Yuzo said with an impatient wave of his hand. It's your own fault you got caught out. You're too desperate. All that desire for information is like a stench clinging all over you. You're just lucky I'm not a silencer. Look, I don't care about that. Just tell me what you know about the unnamed one. Shizue mentioned some kind of power. She said it was bad that people like us almost tore the Fire Nation apart. That is one way to look at it. Another is that people were just jealous and felt threatened by an ability they didn't have. A faint but twisted smile. Didn't you ever learn? History is written by the victors. Just look at your glorious nation. How many of them still believe Fire Lord Sozin was justified in ordering the death of the Airbenders? How many of them would turn on you in an instant just for helping the Avatar? Zuko's brow creased. Then you think it was all propaganda? Fire healers and this unnamed one did nothing wrong. Does it matter? The fact remains that fire healers were almost driven to extinction for being born with an ability that others didn't like. His voice hardened. We get marked and hunted by silencers just for having the wrong eye color. I'm not trying to justify what happened. I just want to understand. What is this power we're supposed to have? Why are people so afraid of us? Yuzo stood up and closed the distance between them. He was a little taller, and from this close Zuko could see a slash of lighter skin puckering his throat where the high collar of his tunic didn't cover. You want your answers? Yuzo leaned forward so they were practically nose to nose. Get me out of here. He stepped back to put more space between them. This is as far as I go. I won't be your prisoner or anyone else's. I can't just. Can't just what? Release me? Let me off this ship. His eyes narrowed. Need I remind you that you and your friends kidnapped me? Hey, you stole those documents and... So you kidnapped me? Zuko made a frustrated sound. I'm just saying we weren't sure if we could trust you. If you had talked earlier, we wouldn't have had to drag you along with us. You could have made this a lot easier for yourself. Oh, sure, blame it on the fact I didn't tell you my life story. Maybe it hasn't penetrated the thick skull of yours, but you have a silencer with you. I wasn't going to say anything with her around. That's just... No, you listen. Get it through your head that your selfish need for answers has put my life in danger. At this rate, I'll never find him. Him. Yuzo clamped his mouth shut. You were looking for someone, Zuko pieced together. That's why you stole those documents about the refugees. Good work, genius. Like that wasn't obvious. Zuko ignored the insult. Look, if you tell us what's going on, maybe we can help you. A humorless laugh. The one who needs help here is you. You're actually stupid enough to travel with a silencer. We can handle Shizue. Even if she does try something, there's a whole ship of people here who'd stop her from doing any real harm. Besides, I'm not sure she does want to hurt us. She's a silencer. She'll do whatever she thinks is necessary. That's just how they are. Doubt prickled and spread little tendrils of unease. It was difficult to dismiss Yuzo's words. Even Shizue had admitted she didn't know how to not be a silencer. There was no trust, no indication of any moral grounding in her. She still treated people as if they were a target or a threat, and maybe that was just the way it would always be. Maybe she'd never change. Yuzo held his gaze. You want my advice? Get rid of her now. She's going to turn on you anyway. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but she will. Zuko's eyes widened. Are you suggesting I kill her? It's either you or her. The sooner you get that in your head, the better. I can't do that. She hasn't even done anything to me to any of us. All she's done is help. She hasn't done anything to you yet. She's a silencer, remember? They're practically bred to be killers. Zuko's expression hardened. I don't care what you say. I'm not going to hurt someone just for something they might do. That kind of thinking is what started this war. It's what got fire healers killed in the first place. Yuzo's lip curled. An idealist, huh? You'll change your way of thinking soon enough. I doubt it. You won't have a choice in the matter. Doing the honorable thing is nice in theory, but it doesn't do much to keep you or the people you care about alive. Yuzo turned away from him. Now, I think sharing time is over. You want to know more? Get me off this ship. I'm not saying another word until then. He sat back down and proceeded to pretend that Zuko didn't exist. It seemed that sharing time was indeed over. Oh. Katara got Zuko alone later that evening. All right, what's going on? She said, shutting the door to his cabin and turning to face him. You've been weird ever since that Yuzo guy showed up. Yes. He swallowed. The words were heavy on his tongue like too many stones piled up, but he couldn't get them out. Hey. She stepped closer and clasped his hands. Talk to me. You said you'd tell me what's troubling you, remember? Well, I'm here. I'm listening. Zuko held her gaze for a moment before nodding. He allowed her to steer him to the bed. They sat shoulder to shoulder on the mattress, bodies inclined towards each other as he began to speak in a hushed voice about Yuzo, Shizue, and the scraps of information he'd learnt. It was difficult at first, but soon the words were spilling out of him. He hadn't realized until then how much he'd needed to confide in someone. All the circling doubts and concerns had been driving him crazy. Why didn't you say anything earlier? She asked once he was finished. This is kind of a big deal. I don't know. I guess I thought it might make things worse. And I guess I was worried how people would react to me. To you? Why? He pulled his knees up to his chest. I'm a fire healer. So the world feared fire healers' abilities so much they tried to wipe us out. His fingers dug into his knees. Whatever that power is, it's within me as well. I know that's why Shizue won't tell me what it is. She doesn't trust me not to use it. Probably thinks I'll become another unnamed one. Well, I can't speak for Shizue, but the rest of us aren't going to judge you just because of a power you might have. We know you. We know you're not a bad person. My own mother was worried about what I might become, he admitted softly. I was just a child then, but I still remember the things she said when she thought I wasn't listening. She was scared. Katara took his face in her hands and looked him steadily in the eyes. I'm not scared. I know you. I trust you. His breath caught in his throat. Suddenly, the door was thrust open. We've got a Mai stopped short. Okay, I was not expecting that. Katara's face went bright red and she hurriedly released him. We were just talking. Yeah, whatever. Mai motioned for them to get off the bed. You both better come. Fire healer boy has lost it. Zuko frowned and stood up. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Sokka and that new girl went to give him dinner, but then he flipped out all of a sudden and tried to escape. They both got hurt trying to stop him, and since you're our resident healers. Zuko and Katara exchanged a worried glance before hurrying to their feet and following Mai down to the hold. There they found Yuzo pinned by knives and struggling to escape while Suki stood over him, fans in hand and blood dribbling down her chin from a split lip. Sokka was slumped on the ground not far from them, groaning and clutching his leg. Both of them had a few speckles of burns on their skin. Sokka! Katara rushed to her brother and began treating him. Zuko rounded on Yuzo. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you attack them? I can hear him. Yuzo thrashed against the knives, cutting into his own skin. You have to let me go. You have to let me off this ship now. Utsuo needs me. Suki wiped some of the blood from her chin with the back of her hand. He's been like this for a while now. Keeps insisting he can hear someone named Utsuo and that he has to go find him. Like I said, Mai said flatly. Lost it. I'm not crazy. You idiots just don't understand anything. How can you when you're all Yuzo gasped and lurched as if someone had punched him in the stomach. He visibly gritted his teeth, and only then did Zuko notice how pale and drawn he had become. There was no sign of a serious injury. It's a bond, Zuko realized, putting the pieces together. You have a bond with Utsuo. Yes, damn it. Now let me. It was like watching a candle get snuffed. Yuzo froze and all the color drained from his face. He trembled and just stared in shock at nothing. Slowly, so very slowly, moisture began to form in the corners of his eyes. Is he crying? Sokka stage whispered. Yuzo didn't even seem to hear the comment. He still had that awful, vacant look in his eyes and somehow looked years younger, like a shaken child. Zuko knelt in front of him. What happened? Yuzo, what's wrong? Utsuo, he was right there. I could hear him, could feel his energy, and then nothing. The bond just vanished. His voice cracked. Utsuo is dead. There was a shocked silence. I'm sorry, Suki said, lowering her fans. Sorry. Yuzo glared at her. You're part of the reason I couldn't go to him. You all got in my way and trapped me on this spirit-forsaken ship, and for what? To get information from me? To decide whether I deserve punishment or my freedom back because I stole documents that are worth nothing to you. Angry tears rolled down his cheeks. Who the hell do you think you are? Zuko lowered his gaze. The lizard snakes were back in his stomach and twisting everything into knots. Blaming them will not bring Utsuo back. Everyone gave a small start at the new voice and turned to see Shizue standing in the doorway. Yuzo snarled insults and threats at the sight of her. Her calm expression didn't waver. I see now you are not a free walker, she observed, moving closer to him. But I don't believe you were released either. No, you somehow managed to escape the tribe. You and Utsuo, right? His eyes narrowed. But then you had to split up. Why? You obviously cared for him. There was no reason for you two to separate. I'm not telling you anything, he spat. Shizue leaned forward to meet his gaze. Then shall I guess? The silencers found out you had escaped and followed you to the Earth Kingdom. You were attacked, she nodded at the ugly scar on his neck, and almost lost your life from the look of that. Perhaps this Utsuo panicked and fled when you got hurt. Yuzo's mouth twisted. He didn't leave me behind. Utsuo wasn't like that. I was the one who forced him to run. I faced the silencers alone. I see. You were unable to catch up with him as you had planned, so there was nothing left for him but to assume you had been captured or were dead. Utsuo kept running and you lost track of him. Yuzo looked the other way, his jaw tight as fresh tears slipped down his cheeks. Is there a point to these questions? Yes. She suddenly grabbed his face in a ruthless grip, forcing him to look at her again. Who was hunting you and why did they not finish you off? Katara stepped forward in alarm. Shizue, I don't think this is the best time to. This is the only time. Shizue looked down at him with hard eyes. Now answer me, boy. Who was it? Why did they let you live? Yuzo glared at her. Answer me. Zuko tensed and glanced between the two, wondering if he should intervene. The silencers didn't let me live, Yuzo finally gritted out through clenched teeth. Shen was one of them. He slit my throat and left me to die. He wanted me to suffer. Shizue went a bit pale. Shen was hunting you. He's my half-brother. Yuzo spat the word as if it were poison on his tongue. Too bad for him, I'm a strong self-healer. She closed her eyes as if the weight of the world had just been placed on her shoulders, but she pulled herself together a second later and turned to Zuko. Do what you want with this boy. What? Yuzo let out an ugly laugh. Not going to kill me? There's no need. She stared down at him without emotion. But if I were you, I would not leave this ship. You will be far safer here. I'm sure you'd like that. Then you can keep me under your eye, right? Shizue turned her back on him. Think what you want. She left without another word. Yuzo seemed to deflate now that Shizue was gone and just hung his head, clearly lost in his own grief. Wordlessly, Mai crossed over to him and began to remove the knives keeping him pinned. Let's give him some space, Suki murmured. Katara and Sokka nodded and walked with her out of the hold. Mai soon joined them. Zuko was about to follow, but then he paused. If you do want to leave, there's an escape boat you can use, he said quietly. No one will stop you. Yuzo made a soft sound that might have been a humorless laugh. Oh, sure. Offer me that now when it's too late to even do anything. Utsuo is gone. Zuko repressed a wince. Saying sorry felt like an empty response, but he didn't know what else to say either. The seconds dragged. Just go, Yuzo muttered, burying his face against his knees. Leave me alone. Zuko didn't linger. Chapter 6, A Deal. The ship was quiet. Most of the passengers were still asleep except for the few who had taken the early morning shift. Katara would have normally been asleep as well, but her dreams had been troubled of late and she often found herself waking and spending hours tossing and turning. This morning was no different. She didn't bother trying to go back to sleep and instead made her way to the deck. Some fresh air would do her good. She tended to feel calmer when she could see the ocean. Light glowed in the distance in a rising splash of color. It was a beautiful sunrise. She moved towards the railing and noticed a figure standing near the bow. I didn't think you'd stay, she murmured, coming to stand next to him. Not after. Yuzo's fingers curled tighter around the railing. He glanced down at her with those pale gold eyes that were so like Zuko's, except while the color was more striking when set against his darker skin, she could not see any of Zuko's warmth. There was no gentleness in Yuzo's eyes, no welcome, just a bite of steel and bitter flame. It just didn't seem like you wanted to be here, she finished a bit lamely. He stared at her a moment longer before facing the ocean. They stood in silence until the need to break it was a prickle on her tongue. Maybe that was why she forgot all tact and just blurted out the words she'd wanted to ask. Will you help him? His eyes flickered to hers. Zuko, I mean. She frowned at her hands. Too late to turn back now. I know you're probably angry with him with all of us, and I don't blame you. But you're the first fire healer he's met. He's been struggling for so long because there was no one to help him understand his abilities. That silencer will kill us both if she finds out I told him anything forbidden. She won't. Oh, and you can guarantee that, can you? Katara raised her chin. I can. And how is that? Because she won't get the chance. Her eyes hardened to the thickest of ice. If she tries, I'll kill her. Yuzo let go of the railing. You're serious? Yes. His eyebrows rose. I have to say, you've got bigger balls than your boyfriend. Zuko isn't my boyfriend. She fought the warmth spreading on her cheeks. He's just. Now it was only one eyebrow inching higher. She folded her arms across her chest. The point is that he can't keep going blind like this. He needs proper training. He needs to understand what he's capable of and what to avoid. There's already been too many close calls. You're worried. Of course I'm worried. He's impulsive and his healing abilities have almost killed him more than once. Not to mention we have no idea how many silencers there are or if they're a threat to him now, because Shizue won't tell us anything. Yuzo went quiet. Please. She stepped closer. You're both fire healers. You know better than anyone what he's dealing with. Her voice thickened with emotion. I don't want to lose him just because Shizue wants to protect her secrets. A soft exhale. He should have sent you to me. What? You're much more persuasive. Katara held his gaze. Then you'll help him. He glanced out at the ocean. Atsuo wouldn't like it if he knew I turned my back on a fire healer. He was always the better half of us. Yuzo's jaw tightened and he visibly swallowed. It should be him here. She hesitantly touched his arm. I'm sorry about Atsuo. I really am. Yuzo fell silent again before exhaling and straightening his shoulders. I'll help Zuko, but you have to swear you'll keep the silencer from interfering. No backing down, no hesitating. You'll do whatever it takes. I don't plan on dying here. Don't worry. Shizue will take her last breath before she can harm either of you. We're surrounded by water. It won't be a problem. The faintest of smiles curved his lips. I believe you. Then you better believe I'll do the same to you if you cross us. One wrong move, one hint that you can't be trusted, and you won't have to worry about silencers anymore. I understand. Yuzo held out his hand. You have yourself a deal, Katara. Katara. He took her hand in a firm grasp. I'll tell your friend everything I know, and in return you deal with the silencer. She returned the pressure of his grip. Deal. Oh. Zuko was doing meditation exercises when she entered his cabin. He stood from the half-circle of candles and moved closer to her so she had to crane her neck to meet his gaze. Concern wrinkled his brow. Is something wrong? He asked. It's barely past dawn. You're awake. I'm a firebender. It's kind of hard to stay asleep when the sun decides to give you an energy boost. She made a non-committal sound and glanced at the candles. The little flames were steady and hummed with warmth. Katara. His touch was light on her shoulder. It was also her undoing. She had not known why her feet had taken her straight to Zuko's cabin, but looking at him now made her realize she didn't want to keep her deal with Yuzo from him. He had trusted her last night when he had opened up to her about Shizue, Yuzo, and his own fears. She didn't want to betray that trust. I did something you might not like, she confessed. What do you mean? She bit her lip and shuffled past him to sit on his bed, not bothering to smooth the rumpled blanket. Zuko joined her after a moment. His expression was more curious than wary and she found herself avoiding his gaze. I talked to Yuzo. He stayed. She nodded and went on to explain how she had asked for his help. Zuko listened without interrupting. When she got to the deal and her part of the bargain, she snuck a glance at his face to see his reaction. His frown was so heavy that it seemed like a weight dragging his head down. Katara swallowed against the sudden dryness in her mouth. She had hoped he would understand. I didn't mean to go behind your back, she said. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, but I don't regret making the deal. He'll talk to you now. Zuko's fringe fell forward to veil his expression. You can't think I wanted this from you. Maybe not, but I won't take it back. I meant every word. Even if it means killing Shizue. I won't have to if she proves herself trustworthy. He looked up at her with pained eyes. Katara, I could never ask you to. I don't want you to make promises to kill people just so I can get information. Not for me. Not like this. You don't have to force yourself. I'm not forcing anything. I'd just never be able to live with myself if something happened to you. She leaned forward and gripped his hands. Zuko, I don't care who it is or what I have to do. I'll stop anyone who tries to hurt you. His mouth twitched. You make it sound like I can't look after myself. Well, you do have a tendency to get into life-threatening situations, and it's not like I haven't had to come to your rescue before. Her tone grew more serious. But I also know it would be hard for you to fight Shizue. I mean, you've known her since you were a child. I don't have any connection like that to her. If it comes to it, I won't hesitate. He frowned at their interlocked hands. You don't have to fight my battles. I should be the one to stop Shizue if anything happens. Maybe. She bent down a little to catch his gaze. But even so, I'll be there to watch your back. That's what friends are for. Pretty sure most friends don't promise to kill their friend's childhood nanny on the off chance she gets homicidal. Pretty sure most friends don't have potentially homicidal nannies. Fair point. They shared a smile, even though they both knew the humor was just a distraction and neither of them was that amused. There's still a chance we won't have to do anything, she said softly. At least this way we'll know for sure if we can trust Shizue. Plus, Yuzo did promise to tell you what he knows. I guess. She squeezed his hand, understanding his unspoken words. I wish it didn't have to be this way either, but what choice do we have? We don't know enough, not about fire healers, not about the silencers, not about anything. It's too dangerous to keep going on like this. I don't want you to get hurt. Her voice steeled with resolve. I won't let it happen. He raised her hand so he was holding it between them, his eyes warm even when torn by conflict and sadness. Thank you, Katara. Oh. Secret tunnel, does anyone remember how the rest of the words go? Something clanged against Ty Lee's cell. Stop singing that damn song. But I'm bored. Then be bored in silence. There was a long pause until one of the other prisoners started up a new verse of Secret Tunnel. Groans were heard all down the corridor. Ty Lee grinned as she listened to the prisoners and guards grumble or sing the catchy song that was steadily getting stuck in all of their heads. Most of the circus members hadn't been very impressed with the nomads either when they'd run into the group, but Ty Lee had had a great time. Her smile faltered. Even her chest felt all heavy and odd. Thinking of the old days was just a reminder of how things had changed. For all that she tried to maintain her smile, she didn't like being alone in the cell. She missed her friends. She missed the circus and the sky and those yummy red bean buns. Being trapped underground in all this stone was crushing her like a feather trodden underfoot. Even all the colors that made up her aura were getting tainted with dinginess. She sighed and stared at the door blocking her freedom. A scream came from the farther section of cells, followed by the unmistakable sound of fire blasts. Her stomach twisted a little. There was no singing now. Everyone was quiet. That princess has completely lost it, one of the guards muttered. She's always talking to herself and making a racket. Crazy, I tell you. I heard there's pressure being put on the king to have her executed. Good riddance if you ask me, though Lee is part of the royal guard and he said they're probably going to use her to negotiate with the Fire Lord. Ty Lee curled her fingers around the bars. Is this true? Are they going to send Angela back to her dad? A fist slammed against her door. Shut up. And don't you dare start singing again. She pouted and settled back on the floor. It took a while for the screaming to stop. Oh. The wind had picked up on deck. Zuko stood facing Yuzo near the ladder leading up to the crow's nest. It was Katara's idea to have their meeting in the open. She had more water at her disposal that way, not to mention it would be easier to take down Shizue at least if it came to that if there was more room to move around. A chi blocker was at their most dangerous in close quarters. Besides, there was no point trying to hide the information sharing. Better to force Shizue's hand now and make her show her true colors. At least they'd be prepared for her. Right? You don't look too happy, Yuzo observed. I thought you wanted this information. Zuko folded his arms across his chest. I'm not exactly thrilled about the deal to kill the woman who helped raise me. It feels underhanded. Not gonna pig chicken out, are you? Just because I don't like it doesn't mean I won't do what's necessary. If she does turn on us, I'll take her out myself. Good. I'd hate to think I was wasting my time on some soft-hearted idiot who was just going to get himself killed. Zuko bit the inside of his cheek so he wouldn't lose his temper. Let's just get this over with. He had been a mess of guilt last night, but those feelings were fast fading. Yuzo had a knack for rubbing him the wrong way. It was difficult to believe this hawkish, hard-eyed boy had ever openly grieved for the death of Itsuo. Ha! Sokka's cry of elation caught their attention. He was playing an element tile game with Aang, Suki, Tomoki, and a water tribe warrior. Red M and weep, folks. There was a chorus of groans. Looks like they're having fun, Yuzo said. I take it you didn't tell them about this. They'd only worry or try to interfere. Fair enough. Katara positioned herself against the ladder. Mai and Toph should have tipped Shizue off by now about what's happening. If she's going to do anything to stop you from talking, Yuzo, she'll do it soon. Yuzo's lip curled in a way that suggested he had no doubt they'd be seeing Shizue. Then let's see whether the silencer has really given up her old ways. His gaze flickered to Zuko. What do you want to know? Might as well get this ball rolling while we wait. The unnamed one. I want to know about the unnamed one. Of course you do. Zuko stared at him expectantly. Yuzo shifted a little and moistened his lips, nervous cracks in his composed, tough guy act. The unnamed one was a Fire Nation princess from long ago. Her name, at least before it got blotted out from history, was Shurin. Shurin. Zuko and Katara exclaimed. Yuzo blinked. You've heard the name. Shizue mentioned it once, Zuko explained. The Daily had tampered with her memories at the time and she wasn't really herself, otherwise I doubt she would have said anything. There was also the scroll, Katara reminded him. Right. We found a scroll on fire healers in Wan Shi Tong's library. The scholar who wrote it mentioned a princess whose name began with Shu. He said that everything started with her. Yuzo's brow creased. A scholar pieced together that much? That's impressive. Most of them get taken out by silencers before they can get that far. I think it did cost him his life, Zuko admitted. By the end of the account, it sounded like he was waiting for the silencers to kill him. Then you understand how dangerous this information is. Whatever target is already on your head will get that much bigger once the silencers realize you know about Shurin. It's forbidden to even speak her name. Why? Katara asked. What did she do? Shurin was a powerful healer. Maybe the most powerful. It's rumored she formed hundreds of energy bonds with people during her lifetime. Zuko's eyes widened. Hundreds. That's just the rumors. There's no saying for sure now whether it's true, but you've felt it, right? The power that's right there at your fingertips when you bond with someone. Imagine that multiplied by hundreds. Imagine if you opened all the doors and controlled the flow of energy so it all came to you. Horror twisted Zuko's stomach. You mean she drained them all? Yes and no. She learned how to turn the bonds into an energy source for herself, like what the sun does for firebenders. Her power was amplified on a concentrated level, giving her bending strength far beyond what a single person could achieve. Those who fought against her said it was like fighting an army. I guess people would fear that, Katara murmured. Especially if she was draining chi to get all that power. Zuko frowned. Is that really it? Just a power boost? Don't get me wrong, I get that it's bad what she did, but all anyone had to do was not make bonds with fire healers and then there'd be no new source of power, no special strength. He shook his head. It just doesn't make sense. Was this technique really enough to turn the world against fire healers? Yuzo leaned forward. The point is that Shurin was practically unstoppable at her peak, and that wasn't a good thing when it became clear what else she had learned to do. Zuko's heart quickened and he found himself also leaning forward. What? What was it? She. You. Both boys stiffened at Shizue's shout. She marched towards them with murder in her eyes, shoving a warrior out of her way. Suddenly, a giant wave loomed over the side of the ship and weaved around Shizue in a funneling cage, solidifying into blades of ice with the speed of lightning. The ice glittered like crystals in the sun. Shizue paused and remained very still. Even just breathing made the sharpened tips cut into her skin. Not another step, Katara gritted out, hands outstretched as she maintained the blades. Ain was on his feet in an instant and rushing over. Katara, what are you? Stay out of this, Ain. Katara snapped. But. Listen to her, Avatar, Yazo said. This silencer just showed her true colors. She was going to attack us. This is what needs to be done. Shizue's eyes narrowed, but instead of defending herself, she looked to Zuko. Is this what you think as well? His heart felt like it was lost somewhere in his stomach. I don't know. You have to admit that charging out here just because we were talking doesn't look good. I'm trying to protect you. Oh, please. Yazo rolled his eyes. You're only protecting yourself and you know it. Shizue kept her gaze locked on Zuko. Sokka and the others had come over by this point and now stood in a half-circle around her, watching with tense postures and anxious eyes. Katara had also not relaxed an inch, nor had her bending wavered. Her expression was as cold as the ice digging into every part of Shizue's body. I made a promise to your mother that I would watch over you, Shizue said, calm despite the threat of being impaled. I promised you that you would come to no harm. Is my word not enough for you? Have I ever done anything to hurt you or your friends? Doubt clawed at Zuko's chest. Don't listen to her, Yazo warned. She's only saying that so we'll release her. Silencers can't be trusted. Your hate is blinding you, boy. Shizue's gaze shifted to him. If you know so much, then you know why silencers were created in the first place. Creases formed on Zuko's brow. What's she talking about? He didn't tell you, did he? It was fire healers who created silencers. What? We were created to protect, to contain. We seek out fire healers so they can be kept safely hidden from the rest of the world. We let those who still remember the past think fire healers are gone, and we let those who never knew of your kind continue in their ignorance. In short, we make it so you don't exist. A breath escaped him. Then when you said all that stuff about your mission, you didn't mean. I've killed fire healers. Don't misunderstand. To keep a secret of such magnitude, a silencer cannot show pity or mercy. Anyone who left the tribe without permission or who threatened exposure was dealt with accordingly. Something flickered in her eyes. But for your mother's sake, I made an exception for you. I have made many exceptions for you, Prince Zuko. That was my mistake. It is too late to repair the damage you have caused. The tribe will not forgive you now. Now she is lost, and you just had to go and form an energy bond with the Avatar and heal all those people. That's what you meant, he realized. When you said you still had enough love for my mother not to take me to the other fire healers. You knew they would kill me. And every person connected to you, including those who know of your abilities or even just witnessed you heal. The lizard snakes were back in his stomach. All those people, he had made them all targets. Do you understand now? She said. Silencers have killed people for less than what you have done. This secret has been maintained for centuries, yet you have single-handedly put everything at risk. She glanced at Yazo. And you are only making it worse. Can't you see that Zuko has the potential? It's too dangerous. Zuko glanced between them, his heart now creeping up in his throat. The potential for what? Yazo moistened his lips. The silencer thinks you can tap into the same gifts as Shuren. She thinks you could become another unnamed one. What? His heart thumped against his ribs as he looked at Shizue. It was one thing to wonder about her motives for not telling him the truth, but quite another to have his fear confirmed. Then you really do think you helped raise me? You know me, Shizue. What I know is that people change and you have done things no untrained fire healer should be able to do. You're a natural, Prince Zuko. That is not a good thing. He swallowed. It was the first time someone had told him he was a natural at anything to do with bending, but there was no pride in his heart. No relief. Everything about this situation made his chest feel crushed and his stomach a mess of knots and twists. You're wrong, Katara said firmly. Zuko isn't like Shuren. That woman abused her bonds to give herself more power. I know he'd never do that. He'll never be like her. I hope you're right, was all Shizue said. Zuko tried not to show his hurt. Do you really believe in me so little? No more or less than you have continued to doubt me. There was a weighted pause as they stared at each other. He lowered his gaze. Katara sighed and turned the ice back into sea water, which she swiftly dumped over the side of the ship. What are you doing? Yuzo demanded. She's not going to hurt either of you. Katara frowned at her. Isn't that right? Shizue nodded. Yuzo made a frustrated sound and turned the other way. I understand you are wary of me, Shizue said to him. You resisted the tribe's rules, and for that you and those dear to you have suffered at the hands of silencers. But I have no desire to harm you, Yuzo. I was hard on you before because I thought you were a threat. I thought you were the same as your brother. Half. Yuzo gritted his teeth. Shen is only half my brother, and I'm nothing like him. No, she allowed. I don't believe you would work with silencers to hunt down fire healers. Sokka's brow wrinkled. Wait, Shen is the guy who did that. He gestured at the partly concealed scar on Yuzo's throat. To you, right? Yes. He said a quick death was too good for a traitor like me. Sokka pulled a face. Is it just a Fire Nation thing to have messed up sibling relationships or something? Your half-brother tries to kill you, Zuko's sister tries to kill him, Iroha's brother puts a bounty on his head and probably would kill him if he got the chance. I get along great with my older sisters, Tomoki offered. Yuzo stared at them both like they were idiots. Zuko just face-palmed. I think we're straying from the point, Suki said, stepping forward. I know I haven't been with you all long, but it sounds like everyone needs to start being more open with each other. The first rule of being a Kyoshi warrior is no secrets, no lies. When you're a team, you need to work together. Bit hard to do that when you don't know who to trust, Zuko muttered. That's my point. All this distrust and jumping to conclusions almost got someone hurt today. It's the reason Yuzo couldn't get to Itsuo in time. Suki threw him an apologetic glance. I'm sorry. I know it doesn't help to hear this, but if you had told me at the beginning what was happening instead of acting suspicious and trying to run away, I would have got you into Basing Se myself. I'm sure everyone here feels the same. There were a few nods and murmurs of agreement. Yuzo's hands balled into fists. How was I supposed to know I could trust you? What was I even supposed to say? You would have asked too many questions I couldn't answer without looking crazy or putting myself and Itsuo at further risk. Maybe, she admitted. I'm not saying it would have been easy, but sometimes you have to take a chance. If you don't, you'll always have to bear everything on your own. Suki's right, Aang said, moving to face everyone. It's like the monks always say, individually, we are one drop. Together, we're an ocean. We need to trust each other. We definitely need to stop threatening and attacking each other. He frowned at Katara, no doubt remembering the way she had viciously held Shizue at Ice Point. If we don't, we'll become our own worst enemies. Katara raised her chin. Trust works both ways, Aang. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I won't stand by when my friend is put in danger just because information is being held from him. She met Shizue's gaze. You say you're trying to protect Zuko, but all you're really doing is keeping him ignorant. He needs to know what he's up against, what he's supposed to be avoiding. Katara. Zuko placed his hand on her shoulder. It's okay. It's not okay. She rounded on Yuzo. Shen hunted you and Itsuo because you're fire healers and broke the tribe's rules, right? Yuzo nodded. That's what I mean. She turned back to the others. Yuzo was almost killed by his own half-brother. It's likely Itsuo was killed by him. Yuzo stiffened but did not deny her claim. Katara sought Shizue's gaze. You said yourself that Zuko has broken enough rules that the tribe won't forgive him. If the silencers are as good at their job as you suggest, it's only a matter of time before they find us as well, right? Isn't that what you feared? Isn't that why you were so suspicious of Yuzo in the first place? Yes, Shizue confessed. I was worried it was all an act and the silencers had found us. Katara shook her head. Can't you see, then? You can't keep Zuko ignorant. He's in too deep now. We all are. If you truly want to protect him, if you want us to trust you, then you'll tell us what you know and let Yuzo do the same. You have to trust us as well. There was a tense silence as the two stared at each other while everyone else just watched with bated breath. Maybe you're right, Shizue said softly. I keep thinking I can somehow contain the damage if I keep what you all know to a minimum, but maybe that's just a fool's hope. A part of me even hoped we could save Ursa first so that she could explain everything. She's much better at this sort of thing. Zuko let out a breath. I don't care how you say it, Shizue. I just want to know the truth. The full truth. You and Mother kept everything from me for all these years, but I'm not a child anymore and you can't undo what I've already learned. The others are right, we need to work together. We need to trust each other. That's the only way we're going to get through this. She nodded. All right. Perhaps this is for the best. You'll really tell him everything? Yuzo asked. Even if it breaks your oaths. I already broke my oaths as a silencer a long time ago, and I don't see how I have much choice now. Shizue looked at Zuko grimly. Just don't make me regret this. I meant what I said to you. There are some things best left forgotten. I understand. Oh. Angela stared at the blackened walls of her cell. Her mother was watching her from the corner with that fake sad expression, but Angela purposely ignored her. She'd already wasted enough energy arguing and throwing fireballs at the specter. Her mother never left. Worse, their conversations always came back to the same endless words and pleas. You could have been more than this. You still can. Angela gritted her teeth. Expectations, expectations, expectations. I can't please either of you, can I? Her head whipped around to glare at the specter. Don't answer that. Suddenly, there was a loud thunk from outside the door. She tensed and listened. There were always shouts and aggressive noises coming from the guards monitoring other cells in the prison, but she had learned to discern the sharp crack of a fist or a boot clanging against metal. This had sounded more like something falling. Something heavy. There was a series of clicks and then the door to her cell opened. Two daily wearing conical hats entered. As the one at the lead raised his head, she saw he had pale gold eyes. Eyes just like her brother's. The other was a rather tall and broad-shouldered woman. Angela stood up. Who are you? You're not Daily. The woman glanced down at her companion. Well, Shen. He considered Angela from head to foot. This is the one I sensed, but she's not the one. The woman sighed. You're right. Her eyes aren't even the right color. This was a waste of time. Don't be so hasty, Hina. She may not be the one, but I think she'll come in use. Her energy has been connected. Angela raised her eyebrows. Excuse me. Shen smiled. He was an unremarkable man with bland, easily forgettable features, but something about his smile put her on edge. Why don't you come with us? Do you take me for an idiot? Her fingers curled into her palms. Tell me who you are first. I am Princess Angela of the Fire Nation and I will not be. Oh, I'm sorry. Shen's smile didn't waver. That wasn't actually a question. You will be coming with us. Angela snarled and unleashed a blast of blue flames powerful enough to melt flesh right off bone. There was a flash of gold-orange, a wall that crushed her flames into nothing. A split second later Hina was on her and striking in precise jabs. Angela's eyes widened in horror as every part of her body shut down, leaving her limp and useless as a rag doll. You should have just cooperated, Hina scolded, forcing a gag on her mouth. Now I have to carry you. Angela's nostrils flared as she was picked up and slung over Hina's shoulder like a sack of rice. No one had ever disrespected her in such a way. Let's go, Shen said. Hina nodded. Angela bounced against Hina's back as she was carried out of the cell. Rage blazed through every inch of her, hotter than a wildfire, but there was another emotion as well, one she had only ever felt in flickers. Fear. She was afraid of this plain-faced man who had blocked her attacks so effortlessly and who looked at her like she was nothing more than an interesting tool. That made her even angrier. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Not for her. Father would be so disappointed if he saw her now. He'd think her weak. Pathetic. Angela. Ty Lee's face appeared in the small, barred grate of the closest cell. Where are you taking her? What are you going to do? Shen paused. You are this one's friend. Yes. His bland smile came back into play. Interesting. But you have no need to worry, little rainbow. We won't hurt the princess. We just need her assistance with something. Ty Lee gripped the bars tighter. Let me come as well. Please. Shen, Hina said warningly. We don't have time for this. He held his hand up in a hushing gesture. The friends don't want to be parted, Hina. How can you be so cruel as to rush this touching moment? Angela's nostrils flared again. She tried to tell them to release her at once and that she had no intention of going anywhere with them or that traitor, Tai Li, but it just came out muffled and indistinguishable through the gag. Please, Tai Li repeated, keeping her gaze on Shen. She's my friend. Let me come with you. I won't do anything to get in your way. I just want to stay with her. Shen considered her for a moment. Why not? The princess might cooperate better with a friend, and you intrigue me, little rainbow. It's not often I sense an energy like yours. He used the keys to open the door, only to move with a sudden swiftness to grab her by the throat and cradle flames close to her cheek. But if you cross me, I'll kill you without hesitation. Are we understood? She exhaled shakily. Understood. He smiled and released her, patting her in an almost fatherly way on the head. Then come along. Hina is getting restless. She'll start scolding us again if we dally. Because we need to get out of here before new guards come along, Hina retorted, especially since you want to take along all this extra baggage. Humor me, Hina. When have I ever led you wrong? Hina huffed but marched ahead all the same, her arm an iron band around Angela's legs. Whatever these people were planning, Angela swore to herself then and there that she would find a way to get the upper hand. She was no one's tool. She would not be coward. Chapter 7, Everything is Connected. Zuko settled on a bench in the mess hall with Katara and Sokka at his side. The others all took their seats at the table or around the neighboring ones. Mai and Toph had also joined them, along with Iroh and Hakata. Shizue pursed her lips at the number of people, but Zuko pointed out they were all on this ship together and knew of his abilities as a healer. It was only fair they knew what else they were dealing with. Very well, she reluctantly agreed. Then I trust none of you will repeat the information I am about to tell you. If heard by the wrong ears, you will be killed. Yeesh. Sokka pulled a face. There's a cheerful beginning. She gave him an unimpressed look. He held his hands up in an appeasing gesture and allowed her to explain how all the secrecy and the rules that fire healers lived by now were a necessity thanks to what happened with the unnamed one. Shurin, Zuko said. Yes. Her eyes flickered to him. Shurin. Long ago, she was known as a powerful and well-respected healer. Respected, Yuzo muttered. She was a slave. Katara's brow furrowed. I thought she was a princess. She became one eventually, but she was born a peasant, Yuzo explained. Rumors of her gift spread to the Fire Lord and he had her enslaved her when she was 7. 7. Katara looked sickened. That's right. She was just a child. Yuzo curled his fingers into his palms. She was a child and they ripped her from her family and forced her into slavery all because she could heal. Shizue eyed him closely. You know a lot about her. I made it a point to learn all I could about the unnamed one. His voice was low and bitter. I wanted to know why silencers killed my mother and forced me to join the tribe. There was a sharp, painful silence. Katara reached across the table as if to take his hand, but he recoiled from her touch. Others, including Zuko, simply stared at him in sympathy. Many of them knew what it was like to lose a mother or loved one, though Zuko guessed he was lucky since his mum was still alive. Your mother's death should not have happened, Shizue said with a faint trace of awkwardness. Dealing with emotions wasn't her forte. She must have resisted the silencers. Whenever possible, the family is allowed to come with the child. Right, he said with a humorless laugh. I guess it's her fault for resisting. There was another pained silence. Yuzo let out a breath and focused on Katara. Anyway, Shurin didn't become a princess until she was 15. It's said the crown prince fell in love with her and took her as his wife, but it's far more likely she just forced him to marry her. Forced? Iroh questioned. How could a slave force a prince to marry her? Through bending, Shizue said coolly. She controlled him and many others by learning how to bend their energy, their very souls, to her will. What? Zuko wasn't even sure who joined him in the exclamation, but the cry was loud and seemed to rattle the mess hall. I always thought it kind of fitting, Yuzo murmured. They made her a slave, so she enslaved them. You can't deny there's a bit of poetic justice in that. It was an evil power that should have never been used, Shizue said. She controlled people like puppets and forced them to do terrible things at her whim. She was a monster. Mai frowned. Isn't that just like what the Daily did to the Judees? It's not the same. Shizue rubbed her arm as if trying to chase off an itch. The Daily brainwashed people, yes, but I had no sense of self when I was forced to follow their bidding. My mind went blank and I just forgot everything. Her tone hardened. But a fire healer doesn't do that. The victim knows exactly what is happening. They're aware, they remember, they feel, their souls are just chained to the bender's will and all they can do is obey the commands they are given. Knots tightened and twisted in Zuko's stomach, unsettling what was left of his breakfast. This was the power that had caused fire healers to be hunted and killed. The whole thing left a bad taste in his mouth. If Shuren had not been so powerful, so determined, perhaps things would be different, Shizue said. But she used her bending to take control of the Fire Nation. She wanted to punish the Fire Lord and his subjects. Because they enslaved her? Aang asked. Yuzo shook his head. Not exactly. The medical knowledge we have now wasn't around back then. The Fire Nation hadn't been fully united under the Fire Lord either, so there was a lot of fighting going on. Fire healers were highly sought. They were also rare. Many of those born to lower-class families were stolen and sold to the nobility as slaves. Most were also driven to their deaths before the age of 12. So, she wanted to get revenge for the wrongs done to her kind, Hakata concluded. Shizue looked at them all grimly. When people realized what was going on and rose up to stop Shuren, she fought them like a demon from the old stories. Thousands were killed trying to bring her and her followers down. But they did succeed in the end, Sokka said. Right. Yuzo leaned forward on his elbows. It's said she eventually drained the people she was bonded to dry while trying to maintain the strength to fight her enemies. Her power weakened and her body deteriorated at a rapid rate, a result of being put under too much strain for so long. Rather than let herself be captured and face defeat, she committed suicide. His voice softened. She was only 17. So young, Iroh said in surprise. Young or not, she was merciless, Shizue said. Her defeat came at a high cost for the Fire Nation. Zuko let out a breath. But then no one really did defeat her, did they? In the end, she defeated herself by overextending her abilities. True, Shizue admitted, but that's also what people didn't like. A mere girl had caused so much death and destruction and no one had been able to stop her. She'd just weakened on her own. People didn't like that at all. They feared other fire healers would rise up, ones who wouldn't fall into the same trap. So all the fire healers were rounded up and killed, Iroh said in a heavy tone. Better to be safe than sorry. Shizue nodded. Zuko frowned at his hands. He had to admit that he had not expected this. Shuren had done horrible things from the sounds of it, but a part of him could almost sympathize with why she had chosen to fight back. She had been taken from her family as a child and enslaved, and there were many others like her. What would he have done in her position? Would he have accepted his lot in life? Or would he, like her, have found a way to fight back? To fight back for all fire healers? Yuzo met his gaze from across the table. The words from their past conversation returned to his mind. Didn't you ever learn? History is written by the victors. Zuko looked away. The others continued to talk about Shuren and her brief reign. Aang asked why the Avatar at the time had not done anything to assist the Fire Nation. Shizue shrugged and said no one knew now. Perhaps the Avatar had only been an infant at the time. Perhaps it was just decided it was best not to interfere in a civil war. Either way, the world turned a blind eye to the resulting purge that happened. It was only a small group of fire healers who managed to escape. They found refuge on an island in the far southwest and began to build themselves up again in secret. As you can guess, she said, maintaining secrecy is the tribe's most important rule. It's how we've survived for all these centuries. The Fire Lords even helped in a way. They were ashamed of what happened and wanted to forget. The problem is that sometimes those outside the tribe are born with the ability to wield the undying fire. That's where silencers come in. I already told you we find those people and bring them back to the tribe. Right, Sokka said. About that. How do you do it? I mean, do you just wander around until you find someone with pale gold eyes? Not exactly. It's energy, Yuzo said quietly. Everything is connected in some form. Energy is all around us. It lives within us and it binds us together. Aang perked up a little. Hugh said something similar to me at the Banyan Grove in the swamp. That place is a powerful center of spiritual energy, Shizue said with a nod. The island where the tribe lives is much the same. Those with strong spiritual affinity can tap into the energy to get impressions, visions. It can give hints as to where fire healers are in the world. Wait, you mean someone could use that spirit mumbo-jumbo to locate Zuko and Yuzo right now? Sokka demanded. The visions aren't infallible. They just give an idea more than anything exact, and the healer has to have released a large amount of energy at least once to even register as an individual. Like a healing, Zuko said with a sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach. He'd performed many drastic healings since that first time with Aang. Yes, she said, giving him a grim look. You are at risk, however. The real threats are the ones who can sense energy signatures even when away from the island. Her gaze shifted to Yuzo in a questioning manner. I didn't inherit that gift from my father, he said flatly. Only Shen did. Guy who likes to slit throats can sense other fire healers. Sokka sat back and folded his arms across his chest. Great. Just great. Yuzo traced his finger along the cracks in the wooden table. I don't think Shen would be able to find us here. Distance makes it difficult, and sensing energy is not an exact art. He told me once that fire healers just seemed to burn brighter, but bonds and powerful firebenders can make it confusing. Well, it can't be that good of an ability if he didn't realize you were still alive, Toph said bluntly. He should have been able to sense you, especially since you said you healed yourself. I'm not sure why he didn't, Yuzo admitted. I know how to mask my energy from his sight, but I can't do that when I heal. My guess is he just didn't think I'd make it either way. Zuko looked at him curiously. You can mask your energy. I'll teach you, Yuzo said, answering the unasked question. If you really are a natural, you should pick it up easily enough. It's just too bad we don't have someone who can sense energy to test yourself on. How did you learn? Suki asked. Yuzo's knuckles flared a lighter shade as he clenched his hands. Shen. What? But he's the one who. He was different back then, Yuzo said in a low voice, glaring at his fists. He changed after he became a silencer. Went, strange. I remember him when he was a child, Shizue said in a thoughtful tone. He was very talented. I was surprised when I met him again and found out he had become a silencer. Everyone had assumed he would join the sages. Well, he chose to follow in our father's footsteps. No one knew what to say to that. It wasn't like they knew Yuzo well or his half-brother and father. Shizue chose to break the silence by saying she had told them as much as she could about the unnamed one and the tribe. Now, she hoped they would understand why it was better to keep a low profile and not experiment too much with fire healing. No good can come of it, she said. The unnamed one became what she was because she didn't believe in limitations, but all power comes at a price. It's not always the wielder who pays it either. Zuko frowned as the others slowly began to disperse. He thought about the girl who had corrupted her own body and pushed her abilities beyond the limit to fight for fire healers. A villain. A savior. She could be either depending on how one wanted to interpret her actions. If she had won, would history have viewed her more kindly? Would the fire healers have still turned their backs on her and erased her name? What are you thinking? Katara asked. She had not moved from her spot next to him on the bench. He shrugged, not sure how to put his thoughts into words. She rubbed his arm before letting her hand move down to rest on his. He flipped his hand palm up without thinking, so they were holding hands instead. "At least you know the truth now," she said softly. He met her eyes. "Only thanks to you. You managed to get them both talking. I did say I'd have your back." "So you did." There was a loud sound of a throat being cleared. Katara quickly pulled her hand away. They both turned to find her brother staring at them with his eyebrows raised. "Sokka, you ruined it," Toph complained from where she sat farther down the table. They were just getting to the good bit. Zuko blinked. "What? What do you mean the good bit?" Sokka gave his sister a pitying look. "You know, I was going to tease you, but you've got your work cut out for you." He patted her on the shoulder. "Good luck with this one." "Sokka!" she cried, going bright red. Zuko glanced between them and then back to Toph, who just looked immensely amused. "What?" he repeated. Yozo's mouth twitched and he stood up and clapped Zuko on the back. "Come on, let's go train. The sooner you master this, the better." Right." He followed Yozo out of the mess hall, pleased to focus on something that didn't make him feel like an idiot missing out on some inner joke. Stupid Toph and Sokka. Oh. Azula spotted him on the rooftop, a tiny figure glinting like a splash of red and black. "What are you doing up there, dum-dum?" she demanded, shielding her eyes from the glare of the sun with her hand. "Do you want to get yourself hurt?" Suddenly, one of the tiles shifted under his feet and he was plummeting backwards. Her heart lurched even as a cry escaped his lips and he grasped wildly at the air, trying to find purchase on anything to stop his fall, but it was too late. Down and down he went. "Zuko!" she screamed. There was a sickening crunch of a body hitting the ground. She screamed his name again and ran to where he had fallen, wet prickles in her eyes and her breath coming out in choked little gasps. He looked so broken, so wrong. Her big brother wasn't supposed to look like this. "Zuzu!" She fell on her knees, hands hovering over him in paralyzed fear and uncertainty. What was she supposed to do? His leg was sticking out all funny and she was pretty sure arms weren't supposed to look like that, and... His eyes suddenly opened and glowed pale gold. Her breath caught in her throat. She watched in amazement as his split lip began to close and the cuts and grazes followed suit. Heart thumping against her ribs, she touched the arm that wasn't all bent in a weird angle. The gentlest of warmth swept through her, like getting a hug from the sun. "Zuzu!" She looked back at the soft light in his eyes. "Are you the one doing this? Hurry! Prince Zuko is hurt." She quickly forced his eyelids closed to hide the glowing, then moved out of the way. Zuko was swept up by the guards and taken off to be treated. Azula watched the group pass out of view, her heart still thumping against her ribs. What had her brother just done? Oh! Azula woke with a start. She was face down on something that creaked and tried to rattle the teeth out of their sockets with every bump. Some kind of wagon? It was too hard to think. There was an awful, bitter taste in her mouth and her head was pounding like drums were trapped inside her skull. Her arms had also been pulled behind her back and something cold and hard enclosed her hands. Her ankles had not fared any better. Shen and Hina must have cuffed her while she was out. She groaned and rolled onto her back, the metal cuffs digging into her spine. A fabric covering greeted her view, definitely a wagon. Somewhere outside, an owl cat hooted. How much time had passed since Hina had forced that foul drink down her mouth? "You're awake." Shen's face suddenly came into view. "How are you feeling?" Azula narrowed her eyes. "You drugged me. It was easier that way." He lifted her into a sitting position and sat down opposite her. "Now, Princess, I think it's about time we have a little chat." Her eyes darted to the left and right until she spotted Ty Lee slumped on her stomach not far from them. Ty Lee also had cuffs on her hands and ankles. "Don't worry," Shen said, following the direction of her gaze. "Little Rainbow is just sleeping. She was a bit more sensitive to the drug." "I wasn't worried." Ty Lee was a traitor and a fool. There was no reason for Azula to worry about her. Still, Shen only smiled that bland, unnerving smile and rested his chin on his tented fingers. "I'd like to get straight to the point," he said in a genial tone. "Someone healed you with firebending. I'd like to know who." The dream flickered in her mind, reminding her of the warmth she had felt when she had touched her brother's arm. She'd been enfolded in the same warmth when Zuko had healed her arrow wounds in Ba Sing Se. Now she knew it was just what his energy felt like, soothing, comforting, able to chase away all chills and fears. The whole niceness of it put her on edge. It made her think of memories she would rather forget. "Why do you want to know?" she asked. "That person has got themselves into some serious trouble. I just want to make sure no harm comes to them. Take them to a safe place." Her eyebrow arched a fraction. "You must think I'm an idiot." She leaned forward, ignoring the sickening pounding in her head. "Let me tell you something, you bland-faced peasant. I have grown up in a palace where liars are more common than gold. I know you're not telling the truth." A hint of amusement entered his eyes. "I see." She stretched her legs out more, chains rattling as they scraped against wood. "Wait them out," Father had always said. "Wait them out and let them spill their truths to you." She didn't have to say anything. So long as she appeared relaxed, Shen would eventually tell her his plans. "I wonder why that person left you all alone in prison." Her breathing quickened a little. "What? It just seems strange." He tapped his finger against his cheek. "If it were me, I'd be upset. That person clearly thinks you're worth nothing. Perhaps they even regret healing you." Irritation licked at her skin. That he thought he could use her own tactics on her. "Perhaps he does," she said with a smile to match his own. "I tried to kill him." "Ah, it's a he?" She stared at him coolly. "The person who healed me is no friend of mine. Just tell me what you want." "To find him." "You could say he, caught my attention." A faint crease formed on her brow, but she smoothed it away a split second later. "And how do you think I'm supposed to help you? Like you said, he left me in that prison. I have no idea where he is now." "But you do." He pointed at her chest. "The bond you share with him will tell us everything." Angela didn't want to show her ignorance by demanding what he was talking about, but her heart leapt a little all the same. This changed everything if what he said was true. Zuko had told her he was going to find their mother. If she could find him, she could find Mother. "What do I have to do?" she asked. Satisfaction glinted in Shen's eyes. "Just focus on him, focus on the energy link you have, and will yourself to know where he is." She frowned and pictured her brother in her mind, taller than her, golden-eyed, scarred. A bitter swell of emotions stirred as she remembered how he had almost beaten her, how he had saved her. Her stupid, stupid brother. "I can't feel any link," she muttered, glancing the other way. "Maybe you're wrong about this bond." "That's not possible. You're just not trying." "What?" she snarled. Shen looked at her calmly. "You are not opening yourself to him. How can you expect to feel anything if you do not open yourself to the bond? You might as well try reach through rock without earthbending." Her jaw tightened. "Fine." She focused harder, searching for the link she shared with her brother. It felt like scrabbling at pebbles for a trace of precious gems. Degrading. Pointless. All that was in her was the dark, twisted thing she kept trying to shove back in its cage. There was none of her brother's warmth. "Remember, open yourself to him." "I'm trying," she hissed. Her whole body froze as if trapped in ice. She had never said those words in her life. Those words were for weaklings like Zuko who were always failing. "Are you saying this is too difficult for you, princess?" She gritted her teeth. No. There just had to be something wrong. The bond wasn't really there, or Shen just hadn't given her proper instructions, or... Shen sighed and shifted to his knees. "What are you doing?" she demanded, inching back from his hand. "Helping you." Before she could react, he pressed his thumb to her forehead and placed his other hand over her heart. A rush of fire, intense yet steady like the sacred flames of pyres, swept through her and closed around the points where he touched. Every muscle tensed. She found she couldn't move, couldn't even blink. Your energy is ugly like a rotting peach, he murmured. A hateful, obsessive soul. We can use that. Such emotions are powerful if channeled in the right way. Her breathing sharpened as the flames seemed to intensify. Now focus on the one bonded to you, he ordered. Remember, this person left you behind. They left you in prison, and you didn't like that, did you? Rage slithered through her veins, cold and vicious like a snake. That's right. Zuko had put the lives of peasants and soldiers before her. He had denied her the chance to find their mother. He had acted as if he had a right to punish her. But she could find him now. Open yourself to him. She once again pictured him in her mind. Oddly, he appeared as he had in the throne room when he'd healed her, when he'd told her that he'd done so because she was his sister. It was such a Zuko thing to do. Her stupid, stupid brother. Her stupid brother who made her feel too many things. Open yourself to him. Her mouth twisted. The urge to resist was strong. It had always been better to shove him out, to crush him down, to pluck him from her side like the thorn in her flesh that he was. But she couldn't keep doing that. Not if she wanted to find Mother. Not if she wanted to make him pay for calling her his sister and then leaving her behind as if she was worth nothing to him. You won't escape me, brother. The inner scream seemed to join with Shen's flames and slice through all the dark tangles that she only now realized had been chaining her down. Now the image she had crafted of Zuko stood with his hand outstretched, a single thread of pale gold dangling from his fingers. Take it, Shen encouraged. Her heart pounded as she reached out with her mind, or maybe it was her spirit, and picked up the other end of the thread. Fire and warmth filled her brother's soothing signature. Suddenly, images were flashing before her, a ship, the ocean, a map, and a finger pointing southwest. She saw it all through Zuko's eyes, but each image hit her like dizzying rocks. It was disorientating. A gasp escaped her lips and the link was severed. She panted and looked up at Shen. He smiled and removed his hands. Well, he said. Where is he? Azula struggled for breath. What was that? She demanded. How did I see those things? Your spiritual affinity is pathetic, so it's no wonder you can't understand how an energy bond works. Lucky for you, I happen to be rather gifted in that department. Shen looked at her coolly. Now what did you see? He's sailing on a ship and heading southwest. That's it. She raised her chin, not liking his tone. All I saw was a ship, the ocean, and a map. What else am I supposed to get from that? He looked at her like she was a pet that had made a poor attempt at a trick. Well, I guess it was your first try. I'm sure you'll do better next time. He walked to the front side of the wagon and knocked on the wood. Hina, get us to the boat. We'll be going by ocean from here. Azula blinked as Shen sat down and dismissed her entirely. Her whole body radiated with offense and rage. She was a princess and he had just inferred her skills weren't good enough, but she had also gathered enough about him to know there was no point saying anything. Shen and Hina did not care if she was Fire Nation royalty. They did not care if they offended her. In fact, it seemed all they cared about was finding Zuko. Her eyes narrowed on the bland-faced man. No, this one could not be trusted, but she would play along all the same to find her brother and mother. She'd find a way to turn the tables on him yet. Chapter 8, Willpower. Masking energy is about control, Yuzo explained, walking with Zuko along the deck to find a space where they could train. You can feel your inner fire now, right? Zuko nodded. Well, this technique is all about keeping that fire low. Energy sensors pick us healers out from a crowd because we look brighter to their mind's eye. Keep the flames low and we won't stand out. Exactly. Yuzo stopped and looked at him expectantly. Let's see you try it then. Zuko exhaled and closed his eyes. His inner fire was as strong as ever, warm, vibrant, and within it the golden sphere of flames hummed with power. But it wasn't a real fire. It probably couldn't be bent like one either. This sphere of heat and light was a heartbeat of energy, a source of life flowing through him. It gave breath to his fire, it was the source of his fire, but it was still pure chi at its core. How was he supposed to suppress his own chi? He knew how to direct the flow and use it for healing, but suppress it? Have you got it? Yuzo asked, though his tone was more impatient than encouraging. I can't sense energy, remember, so you'll have to tell me what you feel. Zuko shot him an irritated glance. You haven't exactly been forthcoming with tips. It's not like this is a campfire I'm trying to control. You're the one who's supposed to be a natural. A flat look. Yuzo's mouth twitched. All right. He moved closer. Don't be intimidated by the fact you're working with energy instead of fire. The fundamentals are the same. You just have to assert your willpower over it and get your inner fire to do what you want. Simple as that, huh? Surely you've heard the saying, willpower is the foundation of firebending. If you aren't willing to master the flames, they'll control you. It's no different for bending energy. How else do you think you've been able to heal people? It's because you willed it to be so. You willed your energy to join with theirs so they could be healed. Yuzo folded his arms across his chest. I thought you knew all this stuff. Most of what I've done has been instinct, Zuko admitted. Yuzo's eyebrows tried to vanish into his hairline. Maybe you are a natural. You're lucky you're not dead with all the healing you've been doing. So people keep saying. Yuzo considered him for a moment, then shrugged. Whatever. Give it a shot. Focus on your inner fire and bring it down like you would flames you want to weaken. Zuko nodded and once more closed his eyes. It was as simple as breathing to connect with his inner fire. It always had been. Even if he had discovered his bending far too late for his father's tastes and had struggled to master the basics, he had always felt a strong connection to his element and the chi within him. That was why healing and redirecting lightning had come naturally to him. Energy, the power he manipulated inside his body rather than outside, just made sense. It spoke to him in ways that offensive techniques and streams of fire had never done. That instinct also kind of made sense now. He had never wanted to hurt people. He had never wanted to burn or kill, not even when desperate to capture the Avatar and return home. But that was what traditional firebending had been all about, hurting, making war. It was no wonder he had struggled for so long. He had been going against his nature, just trying to live up to what the Fire Nation and his father expected from him. Did you do it? Yuzo asked. Give me a moment. Zuko inhaled a deep breath before exhaling and willing the fire within him to shrink. It felt weird. Really weird. If he was to think of it in a physical sense, it was a bit like trying to drain all the power from his muscles. His inner fire fueled his bending, his strength, and he was intentionally smothering it. All that humming force of life, all that vibrancy and warmth, it all dwindled down, down, down. Splotches and stars danced before his eyes. A high-pitched ringing reverberated in his ears and he swayed. Yuzo gripped his shoulders. I think we can safely say you're getting the hang of it. A warning about the side effects would have been nice, Zuko gritted out. His head was still spinning. At least I didn't let you fall on your face. Zuko glowered up at him. Just tell me how to make it stop. At this rate, he was going to end up vomiting all over the deck. There really isn't an easy way. Your equilibrium has been thrown off and all you can do is hope your body will adjust. Are you kidding me? I mean, you could try easing up on your inner fire, but that puts you at risk again. Yuzo looked him up and down. To be honest, if you're having such bad side effects, you probably do need to keep your inner fire as weak as possible. Shen said that the more powerful benders tend to feel it the most when they suppress their chi. Obviously, they're also the ones who burn the brightest. Yay for me. Yuzo actually laughed, though his amusement faded a second later. There was an old ghost lurking in his eyes. What? Zuko said while slumping ungracefully into a sitting position. His legs felt like wobbly jelly. It's just... What? Yuzo looked the other way. The last person I taught this technique to was Itsuo. Zuko let out a breath. Oh. He never really got the hang of it. I practiced with him all the time, but... Yuzo's voice thickened. He wasn't a natural like you. That idiot burned too bright, but he was terrible at controlling his inner fire. Wasn't even a good bender, really. Is that why you told him to run? Yuzo nodded. I didn't want him to get hurt. I thought if I could just give him enough time to get away, then. A long hush of silence. It's not your fault, you know, Zuko said a bit awkwardly. You did everything you could. But I didn't. I should have been there for him, should have found him faster. Would it have really made a difference? Yuzo's jaw tightened. I don't mean to be blunt, but it sounds like you would have both died had you been with Itsuo. You barely survived your last encounter with your brother, right? Half-brother. Right. Sorry. Yuzo kept his face averted. His hands were balled into tight fists. Zuko regretted saying anything now. He wasn't good at this emotional stuff. It was just really obvious that Yuzo was hurting, and the healer in Zuko couldn't help wanting to make it a little better. Too bad all he'd ended up doing was putting his foot in his mouth. The silence dragged on. I would have died for him, Yuzo eventually said, so soft it was more an exhalation of breath. I would have died with him if it had come to that. Don't you get it? I loved him. Zuko's eyes widened a fraction. But he's dead now, and there's no doubt in my mind it was Shen who killed him. Yuzo turned his head to meet Zuko's gaze, his expression hard yet intense, like a blazing stone. The silencers have taken everything from me. They'll take everything from you as well if you let them. That's why you'd better do everything you can to make this technique work for you, no matter how unpleasant. It might be the only thing that saves the ones you care about. Oh. Why the glum face, Twinkle Toes? Aang scrunched his nose. Glum face? You can't even see my face. Don't have to. She poked him with her foot. Your whole body is screaming glum. You're like a big, drooping glumbender. He sighed. It's nothing. Wrong. She shoved him over so that she could make a spot for herself in the little nook where he was sitting. I didn't say you could sit down. I didn't ask for an invitation. He heaved a big sigh. Toph, I kind of just want to be alone and glum some more. His lips pursed. I was going to say have some space to myself. Well, that's a lie. She wriggled, elbow jabbing into him as she got comfortable. We all know you hate being alone unless you're having a sulk. Aang hugged his knees more to his chest so that he wasn't so squished against her. You're kind of mean sometimes, you know that. I try. His frown got heavier. Toph flicked him on the head, right on his arrow tattoo. Come on, talk to me. What's put you in a sulk? He rubbed the stinging spot with a scowl. Have you ever thought I just don't want to talk about it? I think you do, and look, she raised her hands in mock cheer. I'm all ears. Literally. My eyes don't work. Aang heaved another big sigh. He turned his head to the wall and avoided looking at her. You can talk to me, Aang, Toph said more softly. The use of his given name made him glance back at her in surprise. She never called him by his name. I think I have an idea what this is about anyway, she said with a tiny shrug. Heat flooded his cheeks. You do. Katara, right? He shifted in agitation. Had he been that obvious? You left pretty quickly earlier. About the same time Sunshine and Sweetness started holding hands. Aang's fingers dug into his knees. Are they dating? Not that I know of. He let out a breath. But that doesn't really matter, does it? You saw for yourself that something is going on between them. Maybe there isn't. If they're not actually together, then maybe it's nothing. Katara has always been pretty affectionate and... Yeah, let's just stop there. It's painful listening to you trying to give yourself hope. He hunched more into himself. Toph patted him on the arm. I know it sucks, but you'll get over it, Aang. Give it time. I can't just get over it. Sure you can. Just. I can't. You wouldn't understand. I get it. You have a crush on Sweetness, but... It's not a crush. I love her. That was what hurt the most. Zuko had known that. They'd even talked about it at the Eastern Air Temple. Aang didn't understand why this was happening. He felt confused and betrayed and so alone. It was like Zuko and Katara had just been waiting for him to go into that dumb coma so they could go behind his back and get all mushy-eyed with each other. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. He couldn't forget the sight of them holding hands in the mess hall or the way they had looked at each other, the way she had looked at Zuko. It was like no one else existed. It was like she'd been in her own little world with Zuko, and there was no space for Aang between them. "I just don't understand," Aang mumbled. "I thought Zuko was my friend. I thought Katara and I had something special, so why?" "Maybe you do have something special. Maybe it just isn't what you thought." "What?" Toph sighed. "I may be blind, but I'm pretty good at reading people. The way sweetness gravitates and reacts to sunshine, she's never done that with you. I know she loves you, Aang. I know she'd do anything for you, but I don't think it's the kind of love that would make her want to shove her tongue in your mouth." Toph. He tugged at his collar, suddenly hot around the ears. "What? It's what you were hoping for, right?" His blush darkened. I just hoped we could maybe." Yeah. Spare me the awkward denials. I can tell when people lie, remember." Aang shifted and hunched his shoulders closer to his neck like a turtle. This was so embarrassing. Toph stretched her legs out and wiggled her toes. "You wanna know the sucky truth?" "What?" he grumbled. "This just isn't about you, Aang. You can have all the feelings you want, but that doesn't mean things will go your way. Sunshine and sweetness, they're probably going to get together." A snort. Well, if that big idiot wakes up and sees what's right in front of him. No wonder he's never had a girlfriend before. He's useless. Aang's mouth drooped even more. Is this supposed to be comforting me? No. It's the sucky truth, remember. He sighed. My point is you can't make this about you. Sunshine cares about you a lot and he is your friend. He would never hurt you intentionally, and I think you know that. Honestly, I don't think that big idiot has even realized he has feelings for Katara. Aang rested his chin on his knees. An unbiased part of him could acknowledge this was true. Zuko was the one who had come to wake him from that horrible place of misty nothingness, not to mention with Katara's help. Zuko had practically ripped his mind and soul apart just to give Katara enough time to heal Aang. That was why this whole thing was so confusing and upsetting. They'd all been through so much together. Zuko and Aang had a bond that linked them spirit to spirit, more than friends, more than family. But Katara was the girl Aang liked. And he really liked her. He wanted to get mad at both of them, he wanted to yell that he had seen her first, that she belonged to him, that she was meant to be with him. Except people didn't really belong to anyone. Deep down, he also knew that Toph was right. Katara had never looked at him the way she did Zuko, and he knew neither of them would actually want to hurt him or go behind his back. This wasn't a betrayal. It just was. But that didn't make it any easier. I hate this, Aang admitted. I hate feeling this way. I just wish things could go back to how they were. Toph squished closer to him, which was about as much of a hug as she was willing to give. Like I said, it sucks. Yeah, he said feelingly. It really does. Oh. The hours dragged that day. By the time the moon was rising over the ship, Zuko still hadn't adjusted to keeping his chi suppressed. He often lost concentration, making his inner fire flare right back up, or he just felt so woozy that all he could do was sit with his head in his hands. It was awful. This whole technique was awful, but he was conscious of Yuzo's warning. He had to make this work. Being a fire healer wasn't a game. People could get hurt. People already had been hurt. Katara found him later pouring a cup of water for himself. The mess hall was mostly empty, as everyone had started preparing for bed or night duty. Zuko had been on his way to bed as well, but he stayed to chat with her now. Suddenly, the cup slipped from his hand, hitting the floor with a thunk and spilling water everywhere. His eyes widened and flickered with a faintly luminescent glow. One of the doors of energy inside him was unsealed. His own golden thread seemed to get enveloped by a burning yet cold brand of fire, a tainted thing that latched and clung. Zuko, what's wrong? Katara's hands were on his arms, reaching for his face. Hey, talk to me. As fast as it had come, the energy was gone. The door was also sealed as if it had never opened. He let out a breath and looked down to meet her gaze. That was Angela. What? What are you talking about? He pulled back from her touch and glanced around the mess hall for Yuzo, his chest tight and his pulse hammering in his throat. Dimly, he was aware of Hakata and Ain coming over and asking if everything was okay. Maybe you should sit down, Hakata said, placing a hand on Zuko's shoulder. You're looking a bit pale there, son. He was distracted into glancing up at Hakata, confusion wrinkling his brow. Not even his own father had called him son. Hakata steered him quite forcefully into sitting at the nearby empty table. Now, let's see you taking some deep, slow breaths. Zuko was about to protest he needed to find Yuzo now, but Hakata's hand was a firm weight on his shoulder. Hakata's expression also didn't allow any room for arguing. Breathe, Hakata said, giving his shoulder a slight squeeze. Go on. Zuko did as told. It was only as he did that he realized he'd been breathing too shallowly. With each deep inhale and exhale, the tightness in his chest eased and his mind felt clearer. See, Hakata said with a smile. Isn't that better? Zuko lowered his gaze even as his cheeks warmed a little. He didn't know how to interact with this man, especially when they weren't discussing practical things like the eclipse plans or getting to the island. Katara sat next to Zuko on the bench. What happened back there? You said something about Angela. You know how I bonded with her when I healed her? Yeah. Well, I can always feel that link, but this time it was different. It was. She touched his knee when he remained silent. What? His gaze flickered to Ain, who lingered a bit behind Hakata and looked small and subdued. It was like what happened with you, Ain. Ain's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Twice you've manipulated our bond on your own, pushing beyond the seal that keeps our energy from linking any further. Whatever just happened, whatever Angela did, it was like that. It was like she'd somehow managed to take control of the bond and... He tensed, remembering how it had felt to have her chi envelop his own. Clawing. Desperate. It was like she had been scrabbling at him with her fingernails, a hungry mass that had wanted to burrow deep and become a part of him. It had been repulsive yet, oddly, also slivered him with pity. Her energy didn't feel right. There was so much raw power, so much, but it was also like brushing against sickness, an ugly thing that had been eating away at itself for years. Zuko. Katara rubbed his knee in slow, soothing circles. She must have noticed the stiffness that hunched his shoulders. He exhaled. I don't know what she was trying to do. I didn't even think she'd be able to do something like this. Why not? Aang said. I did. You said it yourself, what she did felt the same. Yeah, but you're the Avatar, you've got all that crazy spiritual power. Besides, the only times you've manipulated the bond on your own was when I was half dying or asleep. Hakata frowned. In other words, your guard was lowered. Zuko nodded. There was a pause as they all digested this information. I need to talk to Yuzo, Zuko said, standing swiftly. Too swiftly. Stars burst before his gaze and he wobbled. Katara steadied him from behind. Maybe you should stay put for now. She tugged him to sit back down on the bench with her, hands lingering on his arms. You still look pretty pale. But I'll bring Yuzo here, Aang offered. I'll go look for him now. He dashed off before anyone could respond. Katara smiled and said she'd get Zuko a fresh cup of water. Soon, it was only Hakata and Zuko. He kept his gaze lowered and scratched at a non-existent itch on his hand. Prickles of awkwardness crept all over him. This was even worse than that time he'd run into King Ki in the garden. Still feeling dizzy? Hakata asked. Zuko's shoulders crept higher towards his ears. I'm fine. Hakata raised his eyebrows. Maybe he had noticed the mulish defensiveness in Zuko's tone, but Zuko couldn't help it. Angela breaking the seal, the dizziness, being fussed over and forced to sit down, all of it made him feel so weak. It opened old wounds of insecurity. Hakata was probably judging him right now for getting so shaken. It must be tough. Zuko's gaze flickered up in question. I'm not a bender, so I can't understand what it must be like to have abilities you don't fully understand or control. I just know I don't envy you. It sounds like these energy bonds are not a simple thing. They're not. Hakata sat next to him. Can I ask you something, Zuko? A nod. Do you have an energy bond with my children? Zuko let out a small breath. That was a question loaded with interpretations. I'm not saying I don't trust you, Hakata was quick to assure him. From what I've seen and heard, I don't believe you would hurt Sokka or Katara, but I just want to know. Are they bonded to you like Aang is? No. I've never healed them, so. He trailed off, remembering how Katara had asked him to let her help with bringing Aang back. What? Hakata prompted. Zuko frowned and focused on his inner fire, feeling for the different links he had made. There was Aang, always the strongest. Then there was Uncle, Changpua, Bayu, Azula and... His heart sank. Katara. Her energy's signature was there. He hadn't noticed the connection because her bond with him was so much subtler than the others. It felt less like a door with a seal and more like a hand he could hold if he wanted. Perhaps it was because he hadn't given up any energy for her. I have a bond with Katara, he admitted. Hakata closed his eyes. She arrived a second later with a fresh cup of water and sat down in her previous spot, handing the cup to Zuko. Feeling better now? He grunted in reply, conscious of the way Hakata was watching them both. It made him have an odd urge to put more space between them on the bench, as if he was somehow sitting too close to her now even though it was no different from how they'd been sitting together before. Fortunately, Yuzo soon turned up, though there was no sight of Aang. Once the situation was explained, Yuzo frowned, and said he wasn't sure what Azula had been trying to do. He couldn't profess to be an expert on bonds. I've only ever bonded with Itsuo and my mother, Yuzo explained, and they never did anything like that to me. But what I do know is bonds link our energy, our very spirits. They can be used in a lot of ways if you're determined enough. Determined, huh? Zuko murmured. Azula certainly had a lot of determination. It was a family trait. You should be careful, Yuzo warned. If your sister is no friend of yours, I can't imagine she's up to anything good. Is it possible to sever a bond? Katara asked. No. Once a bond has been made, a fire healer will stay connected to that person until one of them dies. Hakata frowned. What about the other people connected to Zuko? Are they in any danger? Zuko tensed, knowing exactly why that question had been asked. I don't know, Yuzo admitted. In the tribe, fire healers get trained to heal and learn control, but we're not allowed to form bonds with multiple people. That was the unnamed one's thing. It's considered too dangerous. I see. Hakata glanced from Zuko to Katara. Well, that's comforting. Zuko stared at his palms, the same that had guided his energy into bonding with so many people. What had Azula been trying to do to him? He wished he knew. Just be careful, Yuzo said, shaking Zuko from his thoughts. If she tries again, which I'm guessing she will, make sure you block her out. How is he supposed to do that? Katara asked. Willpower. Yuzo held Zuko's gaze, his own eyes hard and challenging. It all comes down to willpower. Chapter 9, Are You a Tool? The boat rocked and swayed. Azula could hear water sloshing against the sides of the hull. Her hands and ankles were still cuffed, and the skin was already beginning to feel bruised and scraped raw. She gritted her teeth. Despite the fact she had been cooperative, Shen still did not trust her to have full use of her limbs. That would have to change. Are you awake? She stilled. Metal rattled and clinked, intermingled with soft groans. It was dark in the cargo hold, but she knew that Ty Lee had just shifted into a sitting position. Azula? Hey, are you? Why did you come with me, Ty Lee? A pause. You betrayed me in Ba Sing Se, Azula said coolly. Did you think I would forget that you chi blocked me? That you forced me to surrender to the Earth King? I didn't betray you. I saved your life. Is that so? They had you completely surrounded, Ty Lee reminded her. You would have never got out. You would have died. You almost did die. We could have escaped had you not blocked me. So you could do what? There was a hoarseness to Tai Li's voice that had never been there before. Go back to the army and start a new plan of attack? Pursue your brother and uncle again? What were we even fighting for, Angela? What was the point of it all? It is our duty to spread the Fire Nation's greatness to the world and stop all who would oppose the Fire Lord. Greatness? What greatness? Was it greatness when you burned Mai's face? Was it? Don't speak that traitor's name. Angela hissed. She was our friend. She was our friend and you tortured her. Angela's lips curled into an ugly smile, though it was hidden by the shadows. I knew it. I knew it was only a matter of time before you showed your true feelings. You did well pretending to be loyal, but underneath all those smiles I bet you were just waiting for your chance to turn on me. That's not true. I am your friend, but what you did to Mai was... That traitor cost me everything. I would have had the Avatar had she not betrayed me. I would have never been defeated at the wall. I would have conquered Ba Sing Se. Is that really all you care about? Angela's fingers dug into the metal cuffs enclosing her hands. Yes. No. It was what father cared about. If you actually believed you were justified in burning her face like that, why did you keep the truth from me? Why did you? Enough. And your brother? You said he drowned, but the truth is you tried to kill him. He spared your life in Ba Sing Se and... Shut up. Don't think because I'm being restrained that you can say what you like to me. I'll get out of these cuffs eventually. And then what? You'll burn me as well. There was a heavy silence. You want to know why I chose to stay by your side? Tai Li said. It's because I still believe in you. Even after everything you've done, even after all the horrible things I've witnessed, I still believe in you. I believe my friend is still in there. Angela's mouth twisted. Believe in me? Is that what you call this? Believing in me? All the violence and cruelty, this isn't who you are. This isn't who you have to be. You could have been more than this. You still can. Angela laughed without humor. How like my mother you sound. She used to say the same things to me, you know. When I hurt the stupid turtle ducks, when I burned Zuko in our games or, as my dear mother liked to say, went too far. Bitterness filled her mouth, sticking to her tongue like poison. She was always scolding me. Telling me I could be better. Telling me to be more like my brother. Angela. But the truth is my mother was a liar. She said she loved me, but she was scared of me. She said I could be better, but all she wanted was to make me weak. To make me controllable. That's not. You're just like her. The bitter thing was turning hard. Choking. You don't believe in me. You're just scared. You don't like what I am, so you lie and pretend and... That's not true. I do believe in you. Do you take me for a fool? You wouldn't have even left the circus to join me had I not threatened you. A beat. I'm here now, aren't I? There was another long silence. Angela exhaled a small puff of flames. Tai Li's face lit up in flickers of eerie blue, pale but also earnest. They stared into each other's eyes until darkness swallowed the cargo hold again. You shouldn't have come, Angela said flatly, leaning back against the wall. You should have stayed in that cell. I couldn't leave you to face them alone. I don't need you. Another beat. Maybe not, but that still doesn't mean you have to do this alone. Angela closed her eyes. Her throat felt taut and tight again. She didn't say another word. Oh. It was a stranger who came to the two girls later. The lantern he held in one hand illuminated his features and cast a warm glow over the hold. He was young, maybe in his mid-teens, and wore his long black hair in a high ponytail. His clothes looked Earth Kingdom plain browns and greens with little adornment. Who are you? Angela demanded. The boy didn't even look at her and placed the lantern on the floor. In his other hand, he held a tray of food and 2 cups. I'm talking to you. He knelt in front of her with one of the cups, then mimed for her to drink. She made a point of rattling her chains. Take these cuffs off first. His brow creased. He mimed for her to drink again. Are you deaf? I just told you to take the cuffs off. I can't drink with my hands chained behind my back. Ty Lee shifted onto her knees. Angela, I think he might actually be deaf. Her brow furrowed. The boy stared at Angela with soft eyes. Pale gold eyes. He placed the cup down and rested his fist, thumb upturned, on the palm of his other hand before moving his hands away from his chest. He mimed drinking once more, then with his right hand bunched his fingers and thumb together and tapped his mouth twice. I think he's saying he'll help us eat and drink, Ty Lee said. I gathered that. Angela pursed her lips at him. Can't you just remove the chains? We've done everything that Shen and Hina have asked. You can trust us. He followed the movement of her lips closely, then shook his head. He made some complicated gestures with his hands, but neither Angela nor Ty Lee understood what he was trying to say. Angela regretted not learning sign language when she was younger. Drink. Eat. Help you. He signed and even made an effort to say the words despite struggling to enunciate. Angela frowned. It was degrading to have to be fed like a baby, but the protesting growls of her stomach and the fact she knew she needed to keep her strength up sealed her surrender. Pride would have to be put aside for now. Fine, she muttered. Carefully, he placed the cup to her lips and helped her to drink. He fed her the food next, quiet and patient. It was hardly a gourmet meal, just some boiled vegetables and rice with dried meat, but it was better than nothing. He shuffled to Ty Lee and repeated the process. Thanks, cutie, Ty Lee said when he was finished. His brow creased. He'd obviously caught her lips moving but had not understood. She flashed him a smile. Thank you. He quickly smiled and brought his hands up with his palms facing him, then bent his knuckles twice in what looked like a motion to tell her to come closer. Ty Lee leaned towards him, but he just laughed and shook his head. He repeated the motion with his hands and this time mouthed, "You're welcome." Oh. Her grin widened. Got it. The boy nodded and then picked up the tray and lantern. He left as quietly as he had come, shutting the door behind him. Now the hold was dark again. He was nice, Ty Lee observed. He's also helping to keep us locked up in here. He was still nice. Angela rolled her eyes. There was silence for a moment. Hey, Angela. What? We're going to get out of here, right? I mean, you do have a plan, right? Having regrets already? Not about coming with you. Ty Lee paused, and there was a clinking of metal as she shifted. I don't like small, dark places all that much. I know, Angela said more softly. She knew all of her friend's weaknesses. She'd made it a point to know. Still, after everything that had happened, all the betrayals, all the ways that useless lump in her chest had been made to hurt, she was not sure if she should even offer reassurance. Ty Lee could not be trusted. It was just a fact. There was no point trying to cultivate the friendship again, no matter what Ty Lee said. I couldn't leave you to face them alone. Angela gritted her teeth. Mother would tell her to give Ty Lee another chance if she were here. Father would say she was a fool for letting herself get distracted by emotions and betrayed in the first place. Can you not control your own tools, Angela? Was Ty Lee just a tool? Angela. I'm tired. Ty Lee took the hint and said nothing more. Angela went back to closing her eyes and listened to the sounds of their breathing. Oh. Mai found Zuko sitting on a crate with his head in his hands. You look terrible, she observed. It's this technique. I can't get the hang of it. I'm sure you'll get it eventually. You always do. He raised his head to look at her, his eyes widening a fraction. Don't look so shocked. She leaned against the wall and folded her arms across her chest. I watched you train when we were kids. He tilted his head slightly. You used to watch me. Sometimes. Why? I wasn't any good. Her mouth twitched into a self-deprecating smile. There was no way she was going to admit she'd had a crush on him. I was curious, she said flatly. Anyway, the thing I noticed was that no matter how much you struggled with the technique, you just kept at it. You practiced until you got better. And look at you now, good enough to keep up with Angela in a bending duel. It took me years just to master the basics, and I had a lot of help. I don't think I have that luxury now. Because of the silencers. He nodded. Maya was quiet for a moment. What about Angela? I heard what happened last night. The bond. He shrugged and leaned back on his palms. I still don't know what she was trying to do. She hasn't tried again. No. I only felt her take over the connection for that brief moment. You don't seem too worried. He shook his head. It's not that. Then what? I keep thinking about the last time I saw her. I told her I was going to find Mother. She practically begged to come with us. Said she'd be on her best behavior. He shifted so that he was leaning forward and frowning at his hands. She was serious, Mai. I knew it when I looked into her eyes. Angela tried to kill you. Twice. Believe me, I'm well aware of what my sister has done. That's why she's still locked up in that cell. Mai looked him up and down. Yet here you are worrying about her. She's still my sister. Mai let out an exasperated sigh. Zuko, it's this kind of thinking that keeps getting you hurt. Angela doesn't care that you're her brother. She doesn't care about anyone. You would do better to forget all about her. I can't. She's dangerous. I know. He stood up abruptly. I know she's dangerous. I know she'd probably try to kill me again if given the chance, but I can't stop caring. I can't erase all the memories we've shared together. He ran his hands through his hair, tugging at the strands. And now I can feel her all the time because of the bond. Whose fault is that? His jaw tightened. Look, I'm just saying that if you hadn't rushed to heal her, you wouldn't be having these problems now. I warned you nothing good could come from helping her. You should have just let her die. His tone was harsh but his eyes were vulnerable. This was hard for him. Mai had always known it as well. Zuko was stubborn and passionate, but he was gentle at heart. It was what had caught her attention when they were younger, his niceness, his sincerity, his desire to protect instead of hurt. But this was the real world. This was war. Mai held his gaze steadily. Yes, she said at her flattest. You should have let her die. He turned the other way. You wouldn't understand. You're right. I don't understand why you keep worrying about a person who has done everything they can to hurt you. You're as bad as Ty Lee. Is it really so bad that I didn't want to watch my sister die in front of me? I know she hurt you, Mai, but... There is no but. Mai's voice hardened. Angela is a calculating, manipulative monster. She can't be saved. She can't be helped. Get that in your head before you do something stupid again. He lowered his gaze as if in resigned acceptance, but she noted the way his hands balled into fists. This idiot really couldn't hide anything. It was no wonder Angela had found it so easy to hurt and take advantage of him when they were children. You know what she's done, Zuko, Mai said more softly. Just because you're her brother doesn't mean you have to keep giving her chances. Angela doesn't deserve it. You know I'm right. He said nothing. Barely even acknowledged her. Mai gave a small sigh and left him alone. There was no point arguing about this anymore. These bleeding heart types were always so caught up in their emotions. She went up onto the deck and made her way towards the bow. It was another clear day. People lounged around in groups playing tile games or chatting. Traveling at sea was a tedious affair even when secret organizations could be on their tail. There wasn't much to do outside of maintaining the ship. Mai was already getting a little stir-crazy. Hey. She glanced over her shoulder and saw Sokka approaching. They hadn't been talking much of late. There had been a moment between them on the beach. That had been bad enough, but then his girlfriend had turned up. Now everything was awkward. Mai didn't like awkward. You stink like fish, she said flatly. He rubbed the base of his neck. Yeah, I was helping to catch some before. Then you should wash. Is it really that bad? Mai just stared at him. Sheesh, all right. I'm sorry I dared to offend your noble nose with my fish-smelling presence. Next time I'll just leave you here to stand all alone and... A big sigh. Sokka. What? Shut up. The corners of his mouth curved upwards. She turned away to hide her own tiny smile. Though she'd never admit it aloud, she appreciated that he always understood she wasn't trying to be antagonistic with her blunt dryness. So, there you are. They looked over to see Suki coming towards them. Suki explained that she had been talking with Toph and they had decided to set up a little fighting tournament. It would help pass the time but also serve as combat training. Bending was allowed, though Toph had agreed to keep hers toned down so she didn't destroy the whole ship. You want in? Suki asked, smiling at them both. We're doing sign-ups now. Sounds interesting, Mai said. Count me in. Sokka grinned. You know I'm in. I hope you've got better then, Suki teased him. I won't go easy on you this time. Of course he fell for the bait. He claimed with all his usual dramatic flair that he was way better than he'd been back on Kyoshi, that she wouldn't stand a chance against him, in fact. Suki just laughed and told him to keep dreaming. I've got moves you don't even know about, Sokka informed her. Oh. A flirty spark lit up Suki's eyes. Do tell. And that's my cue, Mai muttered. She slipped away while the two continued to tease and flirt with each other, something foreign and unwanted wriggling around in her stomach. She didn't like these feelings. She didn't like feelings, period. Too bad it wasn't as easy these days to pretend she was made of stone. Mai glanced over her shoulder and saw Sokka and Suki share a kiss. It didn't make her heart ache, not really, but she felt odd all the same. Repressing a frustrated sound, she headed back below deck. She'd rather throw knives at a board for a couple of hours than deal with all these unwanted feelings. Angela had said a lot of messed up stuff over the years, but she was right about one thing: emotions were dangerous if left unchecked. They almost always got you hurt. Oh. You're not very good at this, are you? Shen observed. Angela gritted her teeth. He'd asked her to track Zuko again, but she had been shut out almost as soon as she had made contact with her brother. Maybe it would help if you unchained me. I don't trust you. You forget I've seen into your soul, every ugly bit of it. She swallowed back the frustration that wanted to spill from her lips. Ty Lee watched them from the other side of the hold with wide eyes. You can trust me about this, Angela said. I won't try to escape or attack you again. Shen raised his eyebrows. You haven't even told me who healed you. Trust goes both ways, princess. I'm leading you to him, aren't I? Poorly. Sometimes I wonder if you're even trying. Perhaps you're holding back to give him a chance to get away. Believe me when I say I want to find him just as much as you do. Perhaps. His bland smile flickered into play. But if you were really going to cooperate with me, you'd tell me his name. Her eyes narrowed. Shen crouched in front of her. Well? I think it's time, don't you? Think of it as a show of good faith. She resisted the urge to moisten her lips. Even she couldn't explain why she had not given up Zuko's name. There was no reason to protect her brother. No reason at all. She was just using him to get to Mother. Still, the thought of speaking his name aloud made a tiny part of her recoil. There was something about Shen that made the fine hairs on the back of her neck prickle. He's no one, she muttered. Just a boy who got in my way and decided to heal me when I got injured. Now I know that's a lie. He tilted her chin more towards him. Child, your heart would not fester obsessively for a nobody. He is important to you. I told you he's no one. She forced her heart to remain steady. I don't even know his name. Shen stood up. I wish I could believe you. Flames streamed from his hand in a rush of heat. A scream, the smell of burning flesh. Angela's eyes widened a fraction as she stared at the smoking wound on Ty Lee's stomach. You don't seem the type to cave to torture, Shen said calmly, but in my experience people do not like to watch their friends get hurt. I wonder if you'll be any different. Ty Lee made pained little sounds, tears spilling down her cheeks. Her wound was still smoking. Well? He prompted. Angela's nails dug so hard into the metal cuffs encasing her hands that one of her nails broke. You really think I care if you hurt her? Do you? She swallowed. Maybe. Maybe not. The concern she felt for others was like an unused muscle, sluggish and quick to protest when put to use. Logic had always ruled her heart. It was what father had taught. Right now, she knew if she told Shen her brother's name, he would assume that Tai Li could be used against her in the future. If she was silent, Tai Li would likely be hurt more. It's just a name, Shen pointed out. Her eyes met Tai Li's, who looked like she was desperately trying not to sob. Idiot, Angela wanted to say. I told you that you shouldn't have come. Now you've put me in this situation. The voices in her head were back as well. Mother reminding her that Tai Li had chosen to come because she had not wanted Angela to face these people alone because she still considered them friends. Father asking if Angela was so weak as to let herself be manipulated and controlled. I did not raise my daughter to be someone else's tool. Her gaze flickered back to Shen. Hurt her all you want. It won't change what I know. Shen smiled that bland, unnerving smile. He grabbed Angela's arm and let fire pulse in a hot burst. Pain ripped into every inch of her nerves. She bit her lip to stifle the scream clawing at her throat. Her flesh was burning. It hurt. It hurt so much, and it was only getting worse. Now you know what it feels like, Jet taunted in her mind. Angela clenched her teeth harder, but the groans were beginning to escape now, getting louder and more uncontrolled. Shen only smiled. There was no emotion in his eyes, no emotion even in his expression. He wore the smile as if it was a hat, something you put on now and then. Stop. That was Tai Li, huddled and still crying. Please stop. I'm afraid I can't do that, little rainbow. But her arm. Oh, I know. Shen stared calmly into Angela's eyes. She might have to lose the arm entirely at this rate. Angela bared her teeth in a pain-twisted grin. You think that scares me? I think it scares your friend. Her eyes snapped to Tai Li in a warning glare. Don't you dare say anything. She tried to project telepathically. He needs me alive. He needs me functioning. And it was Zuko who Shen wanted. Getting injured was a small price to pay for being able to keep some cards up her sleeve. Tai Li cried even harder, tears and snot streaming down her face. Please, Shen. She said, curled on her side and groaning in pain. We don't know his name. Angela is telling the truth. Shen glanced between the two girls, all the while maintaining the flames that burned their way through Angela's arm. The smell of burning flesh, her own flesh, was pungent under her nose. It was a reminder of the charred body she had left behind to claim a throne, of the traitor whose face she had marked as a punishment. It was a reminder of the day her brother had been banished. You're wasting your time with this, she hissed. Black dots blurred her vision and a scream swallowed her next words, but she pulled herself together enough to look him in the eye. Burn me all you want, but I can't tell you what I don't know. He held her gaze for a moment before allowing the flames to die out. A pity. Without another word, he left the hold. Angela collapsed against the wall, not even daring to look at her arm. Her mind was a scream of pain, pain, pain. It throbbed and numbed. Why did you let him do that? Tai Li asked. Shut up. The hiss was a stinging whip. There was no saying if Shen was listening from behind the door. Tai Li fell silent. That was a relief. Angela's vision was turning into a swarm of crawling, black spiders and flashes. She closed her eyes and let the world go blank. Oh. Was that really necessary? Not happy with my methods, Hina. Angela stirred, listening to the voices floating around her. Shen and Hina. Her arm is badly damaged. So? She doesn't need her arm. All that matters is she shares a bond with the one I sensed. She can lead us to him. A long pause. There's no need for you to give me that face. Shen's tone was calm. The child is hardly worth anything. Her soul is as ugly as the deeds she's no doubt committed. I assure you, there's no. Shen and Hina's voices got more distant as if they were moving away from her, or maybe unconsciousness had just stolen hold again. Angela felt like she was bobbing in and out of water, a snatch of awareness and sound, but seconds later she would be back to muffled darkness. The next time she opened her eyes, the boy who'd given her food was sitting next to her. They were in a cabin and she was lying on a bed. Warmth hummed through her, soothing rather than the burning flames from before. "What are you doing?" she croaked. "He's healing you." Angela craned her neck to see Hina standing near the door, arms folded in an expression like stone. "You're lucky your arm didn't need to be amputated," Hina continued. "Or should I say you're lucky he's a good healer." She nodded at the boy. Angela glanced back at him. His eyes were glowing faintly like Zuko's had done, but their energy felt different. With Zuko, it had always felt like she was being wrapped in a big, warm hug by the sun. With this boy, it was more like the warmth of a lazy summer day, easy and relaxing. He pulled his hands away and signed something in graceful movements. "He says that's all he can do tonight," Hina translated. "He'll come back tomorrow to work on it more." "Entirely." Angela couldn't help but ask while the boy wrapped a bandage around her arm. "Did she get healed as well?" Shen saw to her personally. Angela's jaw tightened. Hina signed something to the boy, who nodded. She came over and helped him to stand, slinging her arm around him in a steadying manner. "You want my advice, princess? Learn to master that tracking skill. The sooner we find the person who healed you, the sooner this will all be over." The two left and shut the door behind them. A decided click told Angela the door had been locked. She exhaled heavily and closed her eyes. Her arm was like a numbed bit of nothing attached to her shoulder. She tried to move her fingers, but they barely twitched. Panic clawed at her chest in the scrabbling claws of a wildcat, but she quickly clamped down on the feeling. This was fine. This was okay. That boy was going to heal her. They'd said her arm hadn't needed to be amputated. Surely that meant she would be able to move it again. Right? Her breathing quickened and grew shallow. Doubt intruded into her mind, foreign and unwanted. It asked her if her defiance had been worth it protecting Zuko's name, proving that she wasn't a tool to be controlled. She had almost lost her left arm. She could barely move it now. Had she made the right call? "Father," she whispered. "Did I do it right?" But he didn't answer her. He never did except to berate her. Angela squeezed her eyes shut even tighter. She didn't want to call on Mother. There was no saying if she might turn up. Angela hadn't seen her since she'd left the cell in Ba Sing Se. That had been the only positive thing about being taken prisoner. Right now, she had no desire to see that mixture of pity and false concern on her mother's face. "I am in control," she told herself. "I can still turn this situation to my advantage. Somewhere, somehow. You want my advice, princess? Learn to master that tracking skill." Angela let out a deep breath. Without even really thinking about it, she found herself reaching for the bond, reaching for her brother. No response. A lump formed in her throat. "Don't hide from me, brother." That was the one thing he had never done. She'd heard him over and over when they had still lived together in the palace, but he'd never shut her out. He'd never turned his back on her. Not really. If she were to be completely honest, he was the only one she'd actually trusted to be there for her, even if she'd stopped going to him for comfort a long, long time ago. "It's okay to be scared, Angela." She swallowed as the memories washed over her, sitting curled up against him on his bed, his arm warm and secure around her. The thunder she so detested booming and growling in the sky, but even so it wasn't so bad because they were together. He'd let her stay with him the whole night. He'd been nice then, and she had grown to hate him for it. Like sunlight spilling through a gap in clouds, a golden thread dangled before her mind's eye. The bond. She seized hold of it and in an instant it was as if she was being cradled in her brother's energy. The world melted around her and there was only warmth and light. "Zuko." There was a pause, almost hesitant. "Angela." An emotion she couldn't quite describe swept through her. She had found him. She had finally found him. Check the description for the links to the author.